Hey, everybody. Here we are. It's Sunday, April 23rd, I guess it is. August 23rd. What am I talking about? April. August 23rd. And it's the 1 year anniversary. Happy birthday to GAIJIN50 plus. Da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. Hey. Oh, Shred Edward here. Tokyo Dan is here. It's pretty hot to me. Just don't like getting woken up at 2 a.m. Yeah, that was something, wasn't it? We had a pretty big earthquake last night. I happened to be up at the time because I had a gig I had to play yesterday. I didn't get back until late in the day. But then I got back in there and I was at my desk doing something. I'll tell you about that later. But all of a sudden, my telephone started going earthquake, and by the time you go, huh, it starts shaking, and it was a pretty good shaker yesterday. Wasn't very pleasant at, like I said, 2 a.m. If you were asleep, I'm sure it woke you up. But Shred Edwards says didn't feel a thing. Okay. All right, but I think Shred Edward, aren't you? I thought you were in Saitama. Maybe I'm mistaken, but yeah, it was centered in Ibaraki Prefecture, southern Ibaraki Prefecture, not very far. Oh, Nagano, that's right, you're Nagano. It was only a 3, okay, in Nagano. In Tokyo, we had a 4, and closer to the epicenter, they had a 5, which is a pretty good shake. In Tokyo, the overhead lights were rocking and rolling, and things were swaying, and it lasted quite a long time. Not as long as the really big one that we had way back when, but yeah, it was one of the biggest earthquakes that we've had in Tokyo for a while. And it seems like there are a lot of earthquakes in Japan, as if I guess there always are. But yeah, it seems earthquakes seem to be occurring in Japan at pretty high frequency, and it's not very comfortable. And things make you start thinking. Every time you have a big one like yesterday, you start thinking, "Well, is this the real big one that we're expecting?" Tokyo Dano says the alarms woke him up, but felt no shaking at all. Ooh, I don't. That Tokyo Dan lives not too far from my place, and I felt a lot of shake. I'm up on the 6th floor of my place. Tokyo Dan, I think you're closer to the ground there, but yeah, it shook quite a bit where I would. Nothing fell over or anything like that, but it was very noticeable. Swaying back and forth. Okay. Actually, it was right about the time I was getting ready to go to bed, but that happens, and adrenaline flows a little bit, so it took me a little bit longer to get to bed that I wanted, and then so the earthquake happened around 2 o'clock in the morning, and so by the time I got to sleep, I had a hard time getting up this morning for you guys, but yeah. It's part of the life in Japan. I was talking to my wife after that, and I asked her, and I remember when I was a young guy living here, enjoying life, not a care in the world. And I asked her, was Japan like that back then? Did we have that many earthquakes and heat and one typhoon after another and things like that? I mean, it almost seems like Japan is becoming a little bit a difficult place to live these days. I mean, nature-wise, natural disaster-wise. And she said, no, I don't remember that being that bad. I mean, maybe it's just memory doesn't serve very well, but there sure seems to be a lot of scary things happening nature-wise in Japan recently. Mommy says, Kawakata. Yeah, it was scary, I mean, earthquakes are always scary. When it hits, you sit there and the first thought is, I wonder how long this one's going to be. I remember the big one. I'll never forget it. you know, it starts and you sit there and say, oh, I wonder, is it going to be, you know, just not that, you don't expect it to last more than, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds, half a minute max. But the big one that we went through, what was it, more than 10 years ago, that one went on for like 6 minutes, which wasn't very much funny at all. Lisa, good morning, Lisa, from China over there, China, as Donald Trump likes to say. And she says, happy 1 year anniversary. Thank you, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Lisa, as I always say almost every week, I want to have her here on we're going to have her in a video one of these days. We're going to talk about the difference of living in Japan and China, which I think is really interesting. Shred Edwards says the one with the tsunami was different. It lasted for about 5 minutes. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. It just wouldn't stop. And like I think I mentioned last live stream, even after the main event was finished, I was standing on an asphalt parking lot, and I can feel the ground constantly moving, like ripples going underneath my feet for hours and hours after the main earthquake. Okay. Why was I up at 2 o'clock? What was I doing at 2 o'clock when the earthquake hit? Had a very strange incident occur yesterday. I came home and I wanted to, I always check my comments, see if anything is going on that needs any immediate attention. And I had gotten a message from a guy, and this person said, yeah, I found your channel from another channel. And he said that other channel is using your content, and it's making you sound like you are complaining and criticizing Japan, complaining about and criticizing Japan. And I came over to your channel to see what you were actually saying, and I found out that you actually love Japan, and that this channel is misrepresenting what you're trying to say. So he left a link. It's up there in the comments somewhere. And I went over to that channel, and sure enough, they had 3 regular long form videos and about 12 shorts, all based on my content, GAIJIN50 plus content. And the shorts were actually pretty shocking, because they just showed me talking. There was no added value. There was no commentary. There was none of this, I forget what you call it, fair use, where they would say, oh, this guy said that, and then they talk about it, and then, you know, short snippets, and then discuss what I said. They were just putting my content up there and playing it. And they were getting some pretty good views. They were getting better views than my original content got. But anyway, it was pretty surprising, and it left a bad feeling in my heart. And so I went over and started looking at it, and looked for a contact email, and they don't have a contact email on their site. And so then I went over to YouTube to see what I could do about it. And they have a method for or protocol for reporting channels that you think are violating your copyright. And it's, you know, it's pretty involved. You have to put in a lot of information, and you have to input your address and your name and your telephone number and all this kind of stuff. And you know, there are all kinds of warnings that saying, well, you know, if when YouTube contacts this person saying that somebody is making a copyright claim against your content, they may give your personal name and phone, I don't know about phone number, but the email address and things like that. And then they say there's another thing. If it goes into litigation, and you sit there and say, they're, you know, I start thinking, oh, you got to go to court and stuff like that. What a bummer. And so what I did is I just put comments on every video that they posted using my content, and said, well, and I told them, I said, I never gave you permission to use my content. So, please stop it. And otherwise, I'm going to report you to YouTube. And they, within a few minutes of that, putting that content, they removed all the videos. But okay, we've got some commentary here. It's interesting here. Okay. Right. So Bushido Biker, a big commenter on the channel. Thank you for being so active on the channel. And Bushido Biker says, no such thing as bad publicity. Yeah, that's true. Actually, now that you mention it, yeah. But this person was racking up the views, and they were actually kind of misrepresenting what I was saying. And Japan Gambler Diaries, how you doing? Happy anniversary. I look forward to your new channel. I'm currently in a project concerning cowboy Stan Hansen and his experience in Japan in the 80s. People don't realize how popular he was. Cowboy Stan Hansen. That kind of rings a bell, but I'm going to have to look into it. If you want to be more, I don't know. During the 80s, I was so busy with work, I couldn't look left or right. So I kind of like dropped out of the social media. No social media in the 80s, but the social interactions. So Cowboy Stan Hansen, got to check that out. All right. Rob Goodside. Okay, Rob, good morning. Happy anniversary. Thank you. And yes, the earthquake was a literal wake up call. Yeah, it sure was. Yeah, I don't think it was very easy to sleep through. Bushido Biker says it would not be smart to copyright strike a channel that is literally getting you views, even if they are negative, in my opinion. Yeah, well, actually, it wasn't. I don't think it was getting me very many views. It was getting that channel pretty good views, especially on the shorts. I mean, but shorts views are very questionable. If you've got a channel, you know that. You've got your main videos, which get pretty good views, but the shorts can rack up views very quickly. And in fact, in order to be monetized on channel views, on short views, don't you need, like, it's some ridiculous number, millions of views within a 3-month period or something like that. But yeah, in a way, I guess you could, Bushido Biker, you've got a point, but I don't know. It made me feel left a bad feeling, right? RF Bound, congrats, thank you. Yeah, 1 year. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Bushido Biker, he says you need 3 million. Yeah, 3 million views in like a month or 2 months or 3 months. It's really hard, I think. Shred Edwards says, I think it's counted in, yeah, in the, they have a way of counting watch hours, I think they call it. And if they have to be what they call valid watch hours, so they've got a way of judging the views that you get or the amount of time people view your content, and they have some way that they check it to make sure that they are valid and not, I guess, people you watching your same content again and again and things like that. So, and they're going to increase that a lot. Like right now on your regular channels, regular length videos, I think it's 4,000 watch hours to become monetized. But in February of next year, that becomes 8,000 hours, which is a lot. And that's in a year. So shorts are different, though. Like I said, you need millions of views on. I could never figure out how you can get millions of views on shorts. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should show some cleavage or something like that. Okay. Google just knows people will use YouTube no matter what, no competition. Yeah, that's true. And but their Google seems to be trying to clean up their act. They seem to be trying to clamp down on channels that are using the slop channels, repetitive channels, and too much AI generation and things like that. And I was just watching a video about that just before I came live, and they seem to be trying to clamp down, but whether they'll be successful or not, it's very hard to manage content of I'm sure on YouTube. Even when I had a blog, commenters, it was very hard to get commenters to behave. And in this channel too, it is. That's why I don't try too hard. When I had a blog long ago, there was one guy causing trouble, so I thought, well, I'll make guidelines, rules for commenting rules. And I put a rule out that would be aimed at this misbehavior's behavior. And then this person would just modify their behavior just to the point that they would be on the borderline. And so I couldn't enforce the rule because they weren't breaking the rule. And then I change the rule or make a new rule, and then they would modify their behavior to go to the board. And it was a losing battle. You just can't do it. It's impossible. Okay. Japan Gambler Diaries. He was a pro wrestler. He was a tag team partner with Tiger Mask. That's why I didn't know anything about it. He beat Hulk Hogan here, which created quite a stir. Okay, Cowboy Stan Hansen. That's why, yeah, that's now I know why it rang a bell. Yeah, there was another wrestler. Do you know about him? The Destroyer. He became quite a TV personality here back in the day. The Destroyer. He used to wear a mask, so a full mask, full face and head covering, so it was impossible to know who he was. But like I said, he became a really big TV personality here. He was on TV all the time for a while, right about the same time. But I don't know if pro wrestling is still popular around here these days. Okay. People just looking for attention. Epidemic is loneliness. Okay. Yeah. People looking for attention. There's always that too, right? People want you to notice them, and they'll do anything to be noticed, won't they? All right. We like to talk about Japan's immigration problems here. There was one article that I ran across that really struck me as being, I don't know, interesting. It's not shocking or anything like that, and there's no real new news. But with all this thing about Japan cracking down on immigration and on visas and things like that, raising the price of visas, people are saying, well, maybe Japan doesn't want foreigners here. And one can get that impression pretty quickly. But here's an article. Here's a article that I found, and it's talking about. Oh, how can I get my face out of there? That's no good either. Okay. All right, maybe this is a little better. Japan's most graying village looks to Peru sister city for a lifeline. And this talks about Maebashi in Guma Prefecture. And they say that it's Japan's most graying municipality. And they have turned to their Peruvian sister city in such of a way to reverse population decline and address the labor shortage that together threaten its survival. So it seems like, according to the story, that Maebashi is trying to get people from its Peruvian sister city to come over here and live in Japan and revitalize their graying municipality. And it really struck me as funny. Here is a local municipality trying to get people to come, and yet here's the government trying to make it more difficult for people to come. And I wonder how that's going to work out. So it seems like I see friction ahead, don't you? I mean, again, between the national government and the local governments. And in Nanmoku in Guma Prefecture, where that wasn't Maebashi, Nanmoku is the name of the place. 65.2% of residents were aged 65 or older in the 2020 census. And they're trying to get young people, because this particular Peruvian city has a high percentage of young people. Let me get rid of that one. And so they want to get young people to come over here and live in Japan. And because the guy says, the Nanmoku mayor says, in 5 years, we may no longer have enough people to support the community. So the village has a population of around 1,300 at the end of July. And it was once a thriving village. Sericulture. I don't know what sericulture is. Somebody can enlighten us. But yeah, they're talking about Japan's labor shortage and things like that. And so what do you think about this? You think that there will be end up being some friction between the national government and the dying local governments, local municipalities and villages and rural areas who want people to come in, and the government who seem to be making it more difficult for people to come in? You think there's going to be any kind of friction in the future? That really made me think about that when I ran across that particular article. Okay, what we have here. If Japan did not want foreigners, people like you and me would not be here. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We are foreigners. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but this is a regular recent feeling. Until recently, it seemed like Japan was very pro for having foreigners here, or at least they were comfortable with it. And as I've mentioned in the past, when I first came here, it was much tougher to get a visa and to stay here long term, and immigration was not very friendly. But things have gotten progressively better and better through the years. And so but recently they seem to be tightening down a little bit. But, we'll see what happens. Now it's just a perception. We don't really know how this is all going to shake out in the real world. Go back to pro wrestling a bit. Pro wrestling is still popular, not to mention all Vic McMahon memes. Okay. That village has an elite population, it looks like. LEET. You got me there. LEET. Okay, if you want to enlighten me what LEET means, thank you. Okay, Mr. Chuckles, good morning, Ed. Oh, happy anniversary. The chicken that you named there, Mr. Chuckles, is here, says thank you. And thank you for the anniversary wishes. Yeah, one year, huh? Maybe I should talk about what it's been like over this 1 year. Schindler says, Japan doesn't want foreigners. It wants workers who pay taxes and then go home before a word permanent shows somewhere in their future. Sure feels like that sometimes, but like I said, we'll see the way it shakes out. Shred Edward says, there's no labor shortage. The government has a taxpayer shortage. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wonder about the labor shortage thing. Yeah, they talk about labor shortage, but then everybody seems to retire at a relatively early age. But they say that more and more older people are working these days. I wonder if there is a labor shortage. I wonder if there's, I don't know. So, Bushido Biker, Schindler, you're wrong. Japan has tons of people paying taxes. You misunderstand how the economy works. Okay. Let's be careful here. Let's not get too personal, guys. Japan is protecting itself from visa scamming, paper shell. Yeah, and in that case, I'm right with them. right on. And that's what it appeared to be at the beginning. They appeared to be coming down hard on visa scamming, paper shell companies, and things like that. That's why I say we got to see the way this shakes out. As often happens in Japan, there are a lot of rules, and I got to see if there's gonna be how it's going to be enforced. That's going to be the question. Shred Edward also says, I need a dictionary. And Bushido Biker, LEET is 1337. Okay. What is 1337 now? Okay. Takashi, hey, happy 1-year anniversary from Sapporo. Hey, welcome, Sapporo. I hope you're cooler than we are down here. Nice to see you. Nice to hear from you. And thank you for your anniversary issues. And thank you from Attila the Hen. Okay. And Schindler says, honest take on the village-related news. Central government really doesn't really care about rural areas because they can't get too many votes from there. That's why they are concentrating on the major cities. Yeah, they have been ignoring the rural areas for a long, long time. My darling wife is from Fukuoka, and Fukuoka is my hometown. And I can tell you that a lot of Fukuoka people sometimes mutter under their breath when they like watch NHK news and everything's Tokyo, Kanto, and they have a little bit of coverage on Kyushu and Fukuoka, and people mutter sometimes, Japan is not just Tokyo. So, yeah, there's that too. So, Patrick, hi, Patrick. Hope you and the rest of the gang are staying cool this summer as this summer wanes. Natsubate is real. Yeah, it sure is. When I've got all this free time now, and I'm sitting here in the summertime, but it's just so hot sometimes that I end up just, being bokeh all day because it's hot and you just don't feel like moving around so much. Yesterday was especially horrible. Anybody in the Tokyo area knows it. We had a very, very heavy rain yesterday. I had to go down into Meguro, and when I got to Shinjuku and had to change trains, you've got this little gap between the train door and the roof of the platform, and just crossing that small gap became pretty wet because it was pouring. I mean, the air looked white. It was raining so hard. So we had a real heavy rain yesterday. Okay. Right. 1337 is elite, like the best from 90s. Okay. All right. Okay. What do we got here? We have Nihon Seifu wa Nihonjin mo hitsuyo nai no yo. Okay, mommy. Thank you very much. So we don't need Japanese government and Japanese people. Oh, okay. So thank you, mommy, for your comment there. And every convenience store has gaijins now, and I can't wrap my head around it. So Japanese don't want these jobs. It's that simple. Yeah, it's true. But I still do see in my local conveni here Japanese people at the register and things like that. But also I see a lot of places where there are a lot of non-Japanese there. I don't know. Why are those jobs unattractive? I guess it's hard just standing by the cash register. But I guess they have to stock shelves and things like that. But it seems in the Tokyo area, it pays pretty well. It pays. I've seen some places, especially when you work late at night, it's approaching 2,000 yen an hour, which isn't that terrible. It seems like McDonald's pays pretty well. They've always advertising for workers, but I don't know how hard that work is. How about what do you folks think about this? I at my university, the university where I teach, I should say, a lot of the university students have part-time jobs, and a lot of them work. Some people, depending on their financial situation, some work 3 and 4 part-time jobs, because each, one part-time job, you're limited as to how much you can work as a student, even as a Japanese student. And so a lot of, like I said, university students are working at part-time jobs. Back in my day, I don't know the way it is now. Back in my days, young kids had part-time jobs. I think I had my first job, I think I was 13 or 14, and it was working at a supermarket, stocking shelves and carrying groceries for people and stuff like that. And they give you a nice tip and stuff. I think I was earning 35 cents an hour. What do you think about that? I mean, there are a lot of ways to look at high school students having a part-time job. Some people say, no, they have to concentrate on their studies, as if, do you really think that the high school students are concentrating on their studies completely? But do you think high school students should have part-time jobs to teach them responsibility, and it helps to give them, an into the society, and it also helps to staff? I mean, of course, they can't staff late night convenience stores, but you could have high school kids doing some convenience store chores for lower than minimum wage, and earn a little spending money. I don't know. I don't know if that's the way of thinking these days. It used to be back in my days, but not anymore. Maybe. I was in Fukushima, and the same issue. Local government wants to help people, but federal is having a hard time agreeing. Yeah, that's one of the bad points. Okay, I got to be careful, because there are a lot of people with a lot of opinions. But in the United States, you have one type of government, and that is you have the federal government, which is probably not as strong as it is now. And then you have the local governments, which are responsible for a lot of different things. And so every government has its own way of doing things. Every state government, like the state, I'm not going to explain it, but all the Americans here know what I'm talking about. And so in Japan, it's different, because the national government has the power, and they say, and that goes. I mean, the local government has some power too, but the balance is probably the opposite of what it is in the United States. And each way has its own good points and bad points. And one of the bad points is that the central government controls this type of thing, and it thwarts incentive and the creativity of local governments to try different things, and to attract more foreign workers or more investment. But I'm sure there are people here who know more about that than I do. Okay, Bushido Biker chimes in. Schindler, the government is offering incentives for people to move to rural areas. Just saying it is a fact. They do care. Okay, yeah, they do offer incentives. In fact, don't they pay people? They're moving. They pay some kind of they do pay some kind of monetary assistance for moving, and I don't know if it's a monthly thing or what. Yeah, I do remember reading something to that effect. But the rural areas are suffering, and they do feel some kind of, and it's not anything new. I mean, even during World War II and prior to World War II, the same situation existed. There was a lot of resentment in the rural areas of Shikoku and Kyushu against the central government, but that's another story. Okay, let's see what we got here. Shred Edwards says, no gaijin in convenience stores near me, just old Japanese men working the night shift. Hey, that's cool. That's cool. Give them something to do. All right. Schindler says, you're probably not aware of a rumor being perpetuated right now. Foreigners don't pay taxes and abuse the local social and health care systems. Yeah, that is a popular rumor. I don't, I'm not in the position to say whether that rumor is true or not, but there is certainly a rumor. And you get a lot of, no matter what bad thing happens in Japan, it's all, it's quick to blame the gaijin. But I was on the train the other day, and I think I mentioned this last time, and I was riding through a gaijin area, and yeah, there were some people showing some pretty bad manners on the train, and I almost said something. But I didn't, because my wife was there, and if I said something, she probably would have cracked my ribs again. But yeah, okay. Okay, what do we got? Right. Yeah, Bush, and nobody takes those incentives seriously. Okay. I only operate. Okay. Right. Let's see. Let's move on. I can see that it is like me completely. This is yeah, Shred Edward, you and me, the two Edwards here going, huh? I still don't get it very well. All right. Bushido Bugger says, I just watched a video, Doc, about a family that took the incentives and moved from Tokyo to a rural area to start a farm. Okay, that's cool. All right. That's one of the good stories, right? Good morning, evening, everyone. Late again. Kelvin, how you doing? Kelvin's going to be showing up in Japan here, I think within a couple of days or weeks, and looking forward to meeting up with him. Hey, Bushido Biker, thank you so much. I need to go to Mandai and buy some groceries. Such a beautiful day in Osaka right now. Have a good Bushido Biker. I thank you very much for your gift, for your birthday present. And again, as I said, I thank you for being so active on the channel, and thank you for stopping by today. And of course, thank you very much for the birthday present. It's so greatly appreciated. Okay, and good shopping there. Okay. Schindler says, comes back, who's a rising bar without thinking about people who abide by the rules, or raising, thousands have been affected in 2026 because rules are being replied retroactively, both for the PR and citizenship. Yeah, that's a point. Yeah. I hope that they're correctly applied to the people for whom they are intended. Let's put it that way. I really hope that. Okay. XDCZ, after Japan trip for 6 months, I saw more HS people selling themselves, high school people selling themselves than ever before in Japan, specifically in Tokyo. Yeah, that's a sad situation down in Kabukicho area, Okubo, Shin Okubo, that area. And it's a big social problem, and a lot of young ladies out on the streets trying to make a little money. I don't know. It's hard to comment on that. Is that because these young ladies can't find employment, or these young ladies don't want the employment that's being offered, and yet we hear about unemployment? Yeah, there's too much of that going on. All right. Very, very sad story, no matter where it happens. Schiller says, yep, I am one of the affected people as someone who lives here. Have a good day. I'm heading out now. Okay, Bushido Biker, see you later. And Bushido Biker, a doc about just one family. Well, it's a little bit too early to open the champagne. Most high schools don't allow students to work part-time jobs. Okay, there's that. All right, thanks for letting me know. There's that problem. And yeah, the high schools until now they've had a lot of strange rules, haven't they? About hairstyles, hair colors, about not wearing a coat during the wintertime, and all kinds of crazy rules. It's changing slowly. I don't know if it's going to be for better or for worse, but yeah, I think a little on the side work for high school students is not a bad thing for teaching responsibility. Schindler says, okay, got some news here. Immigration system is going through a silent crisis right now. Thousands of citizenship applicants are forced to withdraw their applications due to new rules. Wow. That's you too, right? They're being, Schindler says that he was applying for citizenship. The new rules came, and he was told by the guy handling his case, it might be a good idea to withdraw your application. So, well, like I said it again. We'll see how this all shakes out, especially citizenship and permanent residence and long-term visas. Okay, Mr. Chuckles says, I was married, had our first child. I was working 3 part-time jobs while I was in college, full-time. It was tough, but I look back with pride and no regrets. Nothing was given to me for free. Hey, way to go. Way to go. Sounds like me, Mr. Chuckles, to tell you the truth. I went in the Army after I was accepted into the University of Illinois to study administration of criminal justice, of all things. But I knew at the age of 18, the kind of kid I was, rambunctious young man, that I probably wouldn't last in college and would end up getting my life might end up, there was a good chance that my life would end up going sideways. And so I opted to go into the Army. And after 4 years in the Army, I got married and had a kid, and then decided to go to college. And I happily was able to graduate from Sophia University. But I had the GI Bill, but I also was teaching like a crazy man, not teaching, working like a crazy man. In the US, I was working, and I had 2 jobs in the US. And in Japan, I was teaching English all through college, but it was all worth it and taught me a lot of things, taught me a whole lot of things. Okay. Schindler says, 5 years continuous residence requirement has changed to 10 years in practice on April 1st, 2026, and it has been applied to all new and current applications. There's the bummer, right? The retroactive thing. You would think that they would kind of ease it in or something like that, but they didn't, unfortunately, and that's what we have to live with. And thus, thousands of people became ineligible overnight. Okay. Schindler, hang in there, bro. You're a good dude. I can only imagine the anxiety that long-term folks like you that built their lives here are going through. Good comment, Patrick, and shares my feelings exactly. Yeah, all we can do is feel for you. You were doing the right thing, going in the right direction, and then had the rug pulled. So we can only sympathize with you. Okay. Okay. All right. Mommy's feeling genki today. Seiji kamo zeikin haratte nai. Yeah. So she's saying that politicians probably don't pay taxes. That's one of the words for a politician or those kind of person in Japanese is zeikin dorobo, right? Which means a tax thief, somebody who steals taxes. Okay, you may be right there, Mommy. The next ones who are going to feel the consequences of new immigration policy are PR applicants. New October 2026 guidelines will be retroactively applied to them too, right? Permanent resident applicants, right? And, they're talking about cracking down on current permanent residence holders in one way or another. So we shall see what we shall see. Kelvin Mitchell answers about his plans. I'll be coming there this coming Friday. Okay, a week from yesterday, Japan time. Looking forward to seeing you. Got some things planned for you. And it's going to be, Kelvin and I go way back online. but we've never met. So we're going to meet for the first time next week. We've had a a long distance friendship. I almost said romance, but none of that, right? We have a long distance friendship, and it's going to be good to finally consummate it. Okay. Again, thousands of people will be affected. Yeah, they sure will. It was 10, Shred Edwards says it was 10 years residence requirement for me, and that was in 2000. Yeah, back in my, I don't remember exactly when it was, back when I got mine. I was busy with work, and I thought that applying for permanent residence was a pain, and I never got around to it. And I was just renewing every, I forgot how many years it was. And one day I renewed, and the immigration guy says, "Hey, apply for permanent residence." And I did, and I got it almost immediately. So that was the way it was before. But it sure doesn't seem. In fact, I had that in my mind, and I worked together with some other foreigners who have been here for quite a long time. And I remember one guy in particular who's married to a Japanese woman, has been here a long time, and very upstanding young man. And he told me that he was on a short term, relatively short term, I don't know, a couple year visa. And I said to him, "Why don't you get permanent residence?" And he says, "I keep applying and they won't give it to me." And I was actually shocked because I didn't know that it was so hard even before all of this talk started. And XTC says, "No future." That's the big question, right? The future. I think those young ladies are feeling the pinch. Japan is no longer the economic monster it used to be. Yeah, remember that, Shred Edward? Japan, there used to be books. Japan is number one. Everybody expected Japan to overtake the United States as the world's number one economy way back then. Mission Silo says, hello, Mission Silo. How you doing? Schindler's back here, he says. By the way, government is threatening to kick out foreigners who don't pay into the pension system. But in fact, a whole bunch of ministers haven't paid millions of pension fees and taxes. Hypocrites. Yeah, and in fact, excuse me, there are a lot of Japanese who don't pay into the pension system. A lot of Japanese. And they just have resigned themselves to the fact of not receiving pension. And that's one thing that I'm wondering about. What if there's a foreigner who hasn't paid into the pension system but doesn't collect pension? Well, they're not eligible anyway. So I think if they went into the pension board and said, "Pay me a pension," and they look at their record and they say they haven't paid, they'll say, "No, I don't think you're entitled to a pension in Japan if you haven't paid." So I actually wonder about that part. Taxes, I can see because everybody pays taxes. But the pension system, like I said, a lot of Japanese have not paid into the pension system. I know people who have not paid into the pension system. But, okay, I've got another. Okay. Excuse me, Mission Silo. I ate something yesterday. Taco rice. You know taco rice? It's rice with, like Mexican taco stuff on top of it. And man, it hasn't been sitting well ever since. Okay, Mission Silo says, I have an idea. Not sure how it works in Japan, but flex pricing is becoming a thing in America. I think flex pricing out to be taxed and audited by IRS higher rates than versus other. I don't know anything about flex pricing. Nothing about flex pricing or what it is or how it. Yeah, Shred Edward. The two Edwards are right on the same wavelength here. We both got the same questions. All right. Schindler, yeah, Fred Edwards says, "What's flex pricing?" I don't know. Schindler says a lot of people dodge taxes, especially those who are well off financially. Yeah, that's true. And in the fact that the people who I know who are not paying into pensions are those well off financially because they know that they can take care of themselves. What a concept. Okay. All right. So this thing like flex pricing and what's going on in the United States and stuff like that, Um, I let me take this opportunity to announce, if you don't, I posted a comment, and I don't know if you have seen it or not, but I started a second channel. As you know, GAIJIN50 Plus is about Japan. And so I want to talk sometimes about things that have nothing to do with Japan, what have to do with the United States. And so I started a second YouTube channel just for that purpose. And I would like to invite everyone here to please come over and subscribe to that channel and help me get enough visitors, channel subscribers, and traffic that I can monetize that one too. And there, we're going to be doing the same thing, exactly the same thing as Japan, GAIJIN50, almost exactly. I think that's what my vision is. Exactly the same thing, but about U.S. news, basically, and international news. And then I also plan to have live streams, and these kind of discussions. And though I can talk with authority, quite a bit of authority, not 100%, but about what's going on in Japan, I could speak with less authority about what's going on in the United States. And you can help me by telling me the way it really is over there. And so I'll be trying to find interesting or offbeat kind of topics and putting them up there for discussion. The new channel is located at Offshore Pundit. Offshore Pundit is the name of the channel on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube and visit Offshore Pundit, you'll see my same smiling face with a different name. Everybody go over there. Please subscribe and please take part. There's not a video there yet. I'm going to put up a video maybe later today. It's already recorded and stuff. I just got to clean it up and put it up there. And it'll go up either today or tomorrow. And it's about the American tipping culture. And if you would like to join the discussion there, please come on over. Offshore Pundit on how do I get rid of this? Over on YouTube. Okay, so that's my shameless plug, which I will probably plug a couple more times before we get off today. Mission Silo says flex pricing is where the business charges you more than the listed price at the last second, and it involves AI and data mining. Oh, okay. I didn't know the name. Thanks for letting us know. Good to learn something new. But I did read about that. There's some guy I saw did a video, and he used AI to get a cheaper price than what was originally shown to him. So he went to this place and they showed him a price, and he was able to use, based on what they knew about him, and he was able to change I don't know how he did it. I didn't watch the video, but he was able to use AI to get a lower price than what they originally gave him, and it was quite a bit less. I was pretty surprised. But okay, flex pricing. Here's another thing. I saw a very disturbing video, and I hasten to. I'll point out right at the beginning that this particular chain, I'm gonna mention a chain, and that chain is active in Japan. But at the end of this video, I'll give this at the beginning. At the end of this video, the chain came out and said that they don't engage in this kind of behavior, and that it was the local outlet, the local franchise that seemed to be doing it, and that the main company was going to check into it and correct it. So what this guy did is he went to Shake Shack, and Shake Shack had the self input terminals for your order. And this couple went up to this terminal and input their order and stuff like that, and got everything done. And at the end, they were asked, would you like to leave a tip? And I guess there were buttons that they could choose. And, they're sitting there saying, what? A tip? I didn't even interact with another human being. Why should I leave a tip? And they said no. And immediately the cost of all of their items went up like 15% automatically. And they wrote or they put out a video about that, and they wrote to Shake Shack about it. And Shake Shack says, no, that's not corporate policy. That's that local place that's doing that. So just want to let you know, be on the lookout for that kind of stuff. They're getting dirtier and dirtier all the time. Okay. Mission Silo says flex pricing is okay. We did that already. And it's best to do a web search to get a better idea of what it is. Yeah, that's a good idea, because, actually my first video is going to be on first video for Offshore Pundit is going to be about tipping, and not just tipping in general. What is tipping, and what is a gratuity, and some, I guess recently, some wait staff, some lady, do they still call them waitress, got online on TikTok and was complaining, and she was saying a gratuity is not a tip. You got to tip more, and people came down on her, and I looked into it, and it's really interesting. It's really interesting what I found out, and like I said, there's going to be a video up on Offshore Pundit about that, and if you want to come in, join the fun, discuss that, it would be good to have everyone there. I need about 500 people before I reach first tier monetization, which really doesn't mean anything. And like I said, YouTube is changing their requirements for monetization as of February next year. Sounds like the Japanese government on immigration, doesn't it? And so I have to hurry up and hustle and try to get 3,000 watch hours and 1,000 views or 500 views. 3,000 watch hours is the big one, because that's the one that's going from, 4,000 watch hours, because it's being doubled from 4,000 watch hours to 8,000 watch hours in February. So please come and join and watch those videos so I can build up some watch hours. Okay, I'm saying if this trend is happening in Japan, then Japan tax authorities ought to go hard on such businesses. I've never heard of it happening in Japan. That's probably why Shred Edward and I didn't even know what it meant. But rest assured, if something like this happens in Japan, Japanese tax authorities will go hard on such businesses, and they'll probably make it illegal. I think, my opinion, totally. But you never know. You never know. Mr. Chuckles, how does someone avoid paying pension in Japan? Do they not withhold pension from paychecks? Yeah, it's mostly what do you call it? Here we go. Old age, and you start forgetting words. Sole proprietorships. It's people who own their own businesses, and you just don't pay it. If you have a ramen shop, or if you have a small company that you are the person, and you just don't do it. Okay, I'm not saying you should not do it, but okay, when your own citizens aren't paying properly and government is talking about fairness when it comes to foreigners, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's a separate category of BS. You got a point there. And it's true. Okay, Shred Edward says, Schindler, you sound like you're getting pretty bitter here, but and I don't mean that as a criticism. You have every right to be. Shred Edward says, sounds like flex pricing is like in developing countries that have different prices depending on how rich the customer looks. Yeah. And, there's some of that in Japan, too. There is. And one place where I know it does exist is down in Fukuoka. If you ever go to the yatai are those little carts that set up at night where people go eat ramen and yakitori and all kinds of good stuff like that. And the yatai have flex pricing. They judge whether you're a local or whether you're out of towner and they charge out of towners higher prices, Japanese gaijins alike. They may charge gaijins even higher prices. I don't know. I don't know exactly, but it is absolutely a practice down in Fukuoka in the yatai. That's a fact. Okay. Mission Silo, according to Schindler, you can't possibly imagine how many loopholes Japanese tax laws and regulations have. Yes, especially, I don't know about now, but especially for small businesses. Japanese tax laws are or were at least very, 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 very kind to small businesses. You could get away with a lot as a small business in Japan. I don't know what it is now because I don't have a small business anymore, but they allowed a lot of leeway for small businesses. I know that video that guy did was hire a guy to pretend to be him with his phone to act as a cheap customer. Okay, maybe it's the same video. Okay, RF mount. Technically and legally, a basic system could realistically be implemented within 1 to 3 months. The biggest challenge would be Japanese customer acceptance and clearly communicating why prices change. Okay, yeah. But yeah, Japanese, I don't know. What do you think, everybody who lives here? Do you think Japanese customers are that strong to react against rising prices? I don't know. Is there strength among consumers in Japan? I'd be interested to hear other people's opinions on that. Mission Silo says, I think flex prices would be an administrative and tax nightmare for a business. RF Mount, most likely, yes. Jones R. Or okay. There's another YouTuber who's going around grocery stores weighing various produce, etc., and showing how the weight is under what is stated, even though the produce is price based on cost per unit weight. Yeah, that can probably cause some embarrassment for the people who are selling those kind of things. Is that a Japanese YouTuber or a Gaijin YouTuber? Okay. But I wonder, do they shoot their camera inside the store? They might get in trouble for that because I think a lot of stores have no photography signs at their entrances. Or do they take it home and weigh it? That might be a good way to do it. I have found in the past that weights, well, I don't do it all the time, but when I have had to weigh things, I found the weights to be pretty correct. But, you never know. Things change, right? Okay. That isn't flex pricing. That's either a haggling or a traditional market or lying. Flex is different and tech-based. Yeah, they charge you what they think you can bear. Schindler says not paying tips is a cultural thing, a common practice. Yeah, in the U.S., it's a big topic about tips. Like I said, please come to Offshore Pundit and see my video about tips. Please become a member, and that's going to be that video is going to be coming out, like I said, today or tomorrow. Shred Edwards says flex pricing sounds like a third world scam, and Japan should not lower itself to such a disgusting habit. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't sound very cool, and I think, but I heard Amazon does flex pricing. Did anybody else hear that? I heard that Amazon will trace your buying habits or your spending habits, and it will automatically set prices for you accordingly. I don't know if that's true, but that might just be a dirty internet rumor too. But okay, Mission Silo. That's why I said do a word search for detail. Yeah, okay, that's probably the best, right? Jones are the YouTuber is in the U.S. He brings his own weighing scale. Okay, so he does that in the U.S. All right. I guess in the U.S. they're much more lenient about photographing and videotaping in public areas. We've been through that here. All right, Gaijin Guru is here. Hey, hey. I find that Japanese businesses are scared to raise prices. I have not been here long enough to figure it out if they're scared of the customer or competitors. Okay, all right. They don't seem very scared recently, but that's an inflation thing. But yeah, I mean, Japanese prices have been really good for a long, long, long time, and that's why this new inflation, feels really bad. Okay. Mr. Chuckles says, I'm all for tax incentives for businesses. They're legal, but even when I declare my income after deduction, the IRS still makes a person pay Social Security pension. Yeah. Yeah, the deductions are pretty bad. What are they in the United States? The younger people here, saying it's close to 50% by the time everything gets said and done. And then when you spend your money, they're taking the consumption tax. So yeah, taxes everywhere. Okay. Yeah, Amazon sure does flex pricing. Okay. All right. American businesses seem all about slaughtering the gold egg laying goose and making money by selling it as a barbecue meal. There you go. That's a good way of putting it, because it sure seems that way, doesn't it? Is one thing to say that okay, capitalism, what the market will bear, and all that kind of stuff. But American business, well, it is I guess, the center of capitalism in the world. It could be argued, but anything can be overdone, huh? Anything can be overdone. Sometimes the American companies, these new subscription models for software and stuff like that. Yeah, goose, not good. Yeah, I knew that. All right, I'm going to have to weigh my next quarter pounder when I go to McDonald's. There you go, Shred Edward. Find out if it really is a quarter pound of beef. But remember though that beef does shrink when you cook it, so you're gonna have to cut them a husk there. Axeman Japan, hey Axeman, I saw a video explaining that flex pricing is sometimes lower in wealthier areas because businesses want to encourage repeat patronage from affluent customers who are stingy. Okay, could be. A lot smarter people than I are thinking about those kind of things. A good reason to have a Japanese wife is that she'll make damn sure your taxes, pension, and every other bill that has ever darkened your mailbox is paid. Right? Yeah, that's true. My wife keeps me honest in so many ways, and she watches me like a hawk, right? And if I don't read the air, I'll get that elbow in the ribs, and I know that it's time to shut up. Yeah. Okay. RF Mountain tipping, generally speaking, in the U.S. is done in the hospitality industry, where people's wages are less than minimum wage. In Japan, a waitress in a restaurant makes the same amount of money as the cook. Okay, I didn't know that. It may be true. Yeah, in the U.S., where people's wages are less than minimum wage. Please come to Offshore Pundit sometime next week and watch the video. I found out a lot of interesting information about tipping and the way things are distributed and minimum wage in relation to tipping and things like that. And it's really, really interesting. And okay, I won't spill the beans here, but please come by, smash that like button, subscribe, turn on the bell for notification, you know all that stuff. Schindler says, hate to say this, but the inflation we have now is pretty normal after so many years of deflation. Yeah, you're correct in that regard. The market prices are self-regulating themselves. Yeah, you're probably right in that regard. There has been many years of deflation. In Australia, there are two major supermarket chains, and both have them sell their products at the same price, regardless of where their stores are, remote or city. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, if something costs something here, it should cost something. But I will say in my experience, so I'm not can't talk 100%. Fukuoka supermarket prices, food store prices, seem to be lower than Tokyo food store prices. Um, hmm. I don't know if it would. Fukuoka people would like to have their prices raised to Tokyo levels, but because minimum wage in Fukuoka is less than Tokyo, so that might have something to do with it. Okay. RF mount. Waiters and waitresses in Japan very rarely provide the same level of customer service as you receive in the US when eating at a sit-down restaurant. Tips must be earned. They are not charity. Good point. Good point. Level of customer service. Yeah, if you go to, nicer, swanky restaurants, they're very, cool Japanese kind of service. If you go to the lesser priced restaurants, um, some service can be really cool or gruff or very sometimes even unfriendly. I'm talking in generalities, could be in generalities. Some people are very nice. Some people, if you talk to them, they kind of look at you funny. Why are you talking to me, kind of thing. And then there are the self-service robot kind of places. You come in and you get your table by inputting your information, how many people and stuff like that on a terminal. You're told the table number. You go to the table number, and you connect to their network using your smartphone, and you order on your smartphone, and then a robot delivers your meal, and then you go up to the front, and usually in those cases, in my experience, there's a human standing at the cash register, and the human inputs your stuff, and it appears on a screen facing you, and there's a mechanical thing, and you put your money in the mechanical thing. So there's very little interhuman relationship. I will say in the U.S., people are basic in general pretty pleasant as far as greeting and hi, how you doing, and talking, and not just wait staff. I mean, even people in general. I was surprised at that. I was really surprised at that. Okay, moving on. Tipping used to be a custom of European aristocracy, and Americans were copying to seem rich. I wouldn't doubt that in a minute, and you're probably right. Okay. Mr. Chuckles, I've had my own business for decades and took advantage of all legal deductions to lower my tax liability. Even in the worst case, the highest tax rate is about 37%. It's better in the USA than Canada. Yeah, Canada. A lot to say about Canada, but did I ever tell you my Canada joke? Everybody, it's joke time. We had joke time last time, so I'll tell you now. How Canadian English and New York English are the opposite of each other. And that's because Canadians say, I'm parking here, eh? And New Yorkers say, hey, I'm parking here. Ha. Okay. And mommy, hi, mommy. Enyasu do naru no? Yeah, enyasu. Big topic here. In fact, I did a video on it just a couple of days ago that was pretty popular. And as the yen does its yasu, yen gets cheaper, and yasu, as the yen gets cheaper, Japan's import costs get higher. And Japan imports quite a large percentage of its food. And so food prices are on the rise in Japan. Things are becoming pretty ridiculous. I played a music gig last night and was talking to the owner of the venue, and he serves steaks at his place, and he used to buy imported beef from Australia and the U.S. because it was cheaper than it was a cheaper alternative, and you know his theme of his venue is American country, especially Texas. So he has a thing on his menu, Texas steak. So he used to buy American beef. And he said now the cheapest cut of American beef is the same price as low-level Wagyu. So there's no difference in price between the lower level Wagyu and low-level American beef. So it's getting pretty tough here as far as the rising prices about food and about everything else. But like Schindler said, you know, I mean, there was deflation for such a long time. It should be expected up to a point. Okay. So Schindler answers Mommy, and he says, Motto yasuku naru kamo shiranai. That's what a lot of commenters are saying. One commenter said, yeah, it's going to hit 200. One commenter said 666. You know, I'm sure that the 666 was trying to make some kind of a point, but yeah, it could. You never know. You know, back when it was 360, I never imagined that it would go down to 88 at one day. So never assume that what's going on now is going to continue or become the norm. There's never a norm, huh? Okay, Mission Silo. If I was a grocery, if I had a grocery store, buy 10 cans of tuna for $2 and charge 5 customers $1 extra. Another okay. If I and another customer 50 cents extra and so forth. How the heck are they going to keep track of taxes and accounting? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's going to be, yeah, it would be like you said, it's going to be a taxing nightmare. They must know how to do it. I mean, with AI, they can do anything, right? Okay. Shred Edward. Yes, I think tipping in the States has become a flex. They always talk about how much they tip as if that's connected to social status. Yeah. I guess it's a good way to, you know, I guess some guys use it to flirt too. I know my brother does. And, you know, you give a little tip, that's for you, honey, you know, that kind of thing. That kind of thing still goes on anyway, but yeah, it is kind of a flex. If you live outside the States normally and you go back to the States, it's really hard to get back into the tipping thing. Really hard. Okay. Mission Silo. The computer can lie or make errors. Yep. Sounds like a mess to keep track of. Yep. I agree. Mr. Chuckles. Here in Washington State, prices are usually higher than elsewhere due to higher wages. Hence, a $5 meal advertised nationally might be $6 here. Yeah, your minimum wage. You guys were fooling around with that there, weren't you? Yeah. There in California, right? Minimum wage. Okay. When you eat at a restaurant in America, they give you a bill with a tip guidance, which can range from 18% to 30%. What happens if you don't tip because of poor service? Is it 18 to 30% now? Back when I was living in the United States, the norm was 15%. And then I see sometimes on YouTube or some kind of shorts, people are talking about 20 or 30%. So yeah, 30% seems like a lot, unless you're really happy with your service. What happens if you don't tip because of poor service? That's a question. Some wait staff don't deserve a tip, don't you think? Okay, Schindler says, to be honest, inflation in Japan is unpleasant but not severe. Yes. In my home country, the inflation is so bad due to brilliant government policies that your savings shrink threefold every 5 to 7 years. That's horrible. Wow. I saw a video just recently, Schindler, correct me if I'm wrong, about your country, saying that people with bank deposits are panicking because they're afraid that the government may seize bank accounts to fund their activities in the Ukraine. Is that true? I was really surprised when I heard that. Which country? And Schiller says, Russia, comrade. Tovarich, isn't that it? Okay. RF Mount, Mission Silo, you are very direct. Yeah. Mission Silo, at least it's inflation and not some centralized digital currency nonsense. Not a thing yet. Yeah, digital currency. I still haven't gotten a handle on that, you know. I don't know. Can't some government just walk in and destroy it anytime they want? I don't know if they'd ever want to, but couldn't they? Mission Silo. Oh, they're getting there. Okay. I don't know any other way to communicate. Hey, Mission Silo, that's okay. That's okay, Mission Silo. Don't worry about it at all. Say what you want to say. Up to a point. Mr. Chuckles, joke. How do Canadians spell Canada? Answer. C-A-N-A-D-A. Mr. Chuckles, I know why they call you Mr. Chuckles now. That's a good one. Okay. Grats on 1 year and hello. Okay, has been. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. Okay. Enyasu. Tokuga. Ednoy, where have you been? I've been wondering about you. It's been so what shall I say, dull without your usual humor here. I was asking about you, I think last live stream. Whatever happened to Ednoy? Nice to see you aboard. Okay. RF Mount, in Japan, people are very indirect. I live in Japan, so I easily notice when people are direct. Yeah, people are very indirect, sometimes too indirect, I must say. Yeah, sometimes hard to understand what's going on, but you have to read the air, read the room, right? Read the intention. Yeah. Okay. Mission Silo. I think Russia at this point is a few cities with a lot of empty land. Is that accurate? Okay, good question. Shred Edwards says, yeah, I can't go back to the States simply because it's not the country I left. I feel more like a gaijin there than I do in Japan. Yeah, that's true. One time during the bubble, I went back to see my parents, and they belonged to this club, this social club, and had a bunch of friends, and I went there and they introduced me, and I was dressed like I normally dress casually in Japan. And the people over there complain. They say, why is your son dressing up? And it's because in Tucson, Arizona, everybody wears Bermuda shorts and T-shirts. And anything past that is called dressing up. So I felt like a real gaijin, right? Stranger in a strange land. X-Man Japan. I was in the Dodger Stadium, and they were after a 15% tip after they gave me a hot dog. Then I put my condiments on. Dot dot dot. Yeah, 50% tip for a hot dog. I don't know. Why don't well come see my video at I can't remember the name half the time. I keep wanting to say GAIJIN50 plus, isn't that offshore pundit, where I'll be talking about tips and about what they mean and why do they do it that way? I really like the Japanese system where they slap on a service charge and you forget about it. And it's not as somebody pointed out, the service is different when the wait staff is not hustling for that tip. But on the customer, it's much easier to not think about it. So mission silo. So I have heard. I'm trying to figure out how to socialize with Japanese. Good luck. Yeah, I mean, get out there and take the initiative. Japanese people, some people roll their eyes when people say this, but Japanese people, I think, are basically pretty shy. And so if you want to get into Japanese society and socialize, you have to make the first effort to connect. And if you speak Japanese, it helps. I've been in a situation when I used to be up in Tochigi, which is pretty rural. I would go to the local supermarket, and the people in the supermarket would be doing their scanning, beep, boop, beep, boop. That was before they had self-scanning. So they may have self-scanning now, but at that time they had women doing the scanning, and they would give you this very poker face, like you don't even exist, and they'd be doing it. And I found out that all you had to do was say something friendly in Japanese, and the face would light up, and you become buddies. I mean, that's just very low level social contact, but I think that's the way it is in other regards too. If you sit in the corner and look grim, you're not going to get very far. Okay. The wait staff will get hostile if you don't leave a tip. That empty land you talk about is loaded with natural resources and finite resources, which are currently in demand in the tech sector. A lot of minerals, a lot of petroleum, metals, so on. Yeah, of course, that's correct, right? That's Russia has a big bounty on its hands, all right? Yeah, but less places to hide. Yeah. You can run, but you can't hide, right? Joke. At a steak restaurant, when a customer orders U.S. beef, they always make sure that they serve it with a sharper knife. Yeah, may be true. I'm from Chicago, and back when I was a young guy, Chicago was the center of the beef processing plants of America. Everybody used to send their beef to America where it would be slaughtered and processed and sent out to the rest of the United States. And so when I was a young guy, we had access to some El Primo beef at very good prices. I mean, it was really, really good. And then my family moved to Tucson, Arizona. And I went out with everybody one time when I was there, and we went out to a steak restaurant. And it was like eating an old shoe. I'll tell you that. It was horrible. So U.S. beef, I guess it all depends where you are when you buy it. I don't know what the way it is in Chicago anymore, because I don't think that the beef processing plants are there anymore. I think they all moved down. Did they move to Missouri or Texas or something like that? But if anybody's around Chicago, you might let us know. RF Mountain. In Japan, the Japanese have never trusted the banking networks. That is why cash is still king in Japan. Yeah, Japanese people seem to have a very healthy distrust of a lot of official things, including the government and including the police department and including banking and including everything else. And that's because of what happened not that long ago. I mean, there's still some lingering distrust, though it seems to be changing as well, as things change in Japan, the Takaichi administration and the strengthening of the military and what the military can do and can't do, that is changing. So the older generation had a real distrust of the government. Mission Silo, nope, that's a strange rumor because the land in the city has value. Okay. Mr. Chuckles, in the USA, you can tip whenever you want or don't want, but then they try to shame you into paying more. Hold strong, people. The only tip whatever you want when you want. Good advice. I agree. Okay. Mission Silo, cause of convenience, I reckon. And Schindler says, to our host, yes, the rumor that government to partially seize bank deposits or limit withdrawals still persists. Guess the government is saving the worst until parliamentary elections. Okay. And that was meant with sarcasm. Yeah, I guess any government basically can grab your deposits anytime they want, you know. I mean, it happened in China. And didn't it happen in the U.S. before the Depression? Yeah, I guess they can. Okay. Speaking of empty land in Russia, the situation is the same as Canada. Only the southern parts of the country are livable. The northern part has less infrastructure and a very harsh climate. Yeah, I saw a video that said that 90% or 95% of Canadians live within, 50 miles or 100 miles of the American border. So that's really interesting. And the vast majority of Americans live east of the Mississippi River. I didn't know that. And in Japan, you've got the Tokaido Strip from Tokyo down to Osaka and beyond. So, yeah, populations are very interesting. Canadians are massing for an invasion of the best country. Yeah, massing for invasions. Yeah. America tried to conquer Canada one time, and they couldn't. They lost. Wow. Okay. Christina Miranda. Hey, Christina. Nice to see you. I hope your foot is feeling better. Shred Edward, same here. It isn't the same. Okay. The States isn't the same as when I left in 1988. Absolutely. States has changed. Shredder, well, when I left the States in 89, hair metal was still a thing. Okay. Mission Silo says, is hair metal still a thing in Japan? You're not talking my language there, so I'll let others go for that. D Trust JP, love your content. Thank you very much. Those are the comments that I love the best. I wanted to ask if you've ever been comfortable throwing up photos of when you were younger in Japan. I always try to imagine what it might have been like. What's your favorite Japanese beer, by the way? Well, to answer some of your questions, the photos when I was younger, I do have some. I don't know how much show the way Japan was. They showed the way I was, but as far as generally the way Japan was, and unfortunately, I wish we had it, but unfortunately, back in those days, everybody didn't run around with a camera in their pocket like they do now. So though we took pictures, it was the old take pictures, throw the roll of film in a drawer, take it to the place, get it printed, So I have boxes of photos somewhere. Maybe I should get those digitized or something, but I'll see what I could come up with. But yeah. Okay. What's your favorite Japanese beer? When I was drinking, I don't drink anymore, but when I was drinking, I used to love Asahi Super Dry. And I used to drink too much of that, a lot. And I used to be really, really huge, big, 220 pounds, But yeah, so that was that to me. But now they have all kinds of different beers that I have never drunk. So that may be old news. Okay. So beer. The only beer I drink now is Asahi Super Dry non-alcohol beer. The Japanese, I don't know about everywhere else in the world, but I know the Japanese have gotten non-alcohol beer down to perfection. But the trouble with non-alcohol, beer you can drink, all right? Like there's a country song I sang it yesterday, where they say everybody says you shouldn't drink too much. So why does it seem like there's never enough? You can keep drinking beer all night and it just keep going. But non-alcohol beer, strangely, fills you up. There's only so much you can drink. Okay. Schindler comes back and he says, I have no idea. My daughter watches some boy band, and that's the extent of my current knowledge of Japanese music. Okay. But the boy band may be a Korean music. I joined my community association and did the crazy long mikoshi recently, and I think it got me some cred with my neighbors. Suffering together goes a long way. Ping pong! Axeman Japan just put his finger on something. Please remember this. Suffering together goes a long way with Japanese people. Suffering is part of the thing. In my younger and more cynical days, I used to say, if Japanese people, some Japanese person in charge starts looking around and sees, hey, somebody's not suffering. We've got to do something about that. And they did. I mean, that's pretty cynical. But suffering, going through some kind of hard times together, does do a lot to bond you to the people around you. Absolutely, positively. Okay. Thank you for reminding me about that. Okay. Mission Silo says, America has many cities and a lot of wilderness, plenty of places to hide. Yes, they do. Even though, in the videos and in the news, all we see is New York, Chicago, LA, and stuff like that. There's a lot of open space in the United States. You people who live there all the time maybe don't realize it. But if you spend time away, especially in a crowded place, and then go back, you sit there and say, wow, look at all this empty land. 0% beer, Mr. Chuckle says, seems to have become popular in the past year in Washington State. I know some people enjoy beer, but don't want to get loaded. Yeah, 0% beer. Another one that I like, even though I have quit drinking, is 1% beer. And 1% beer has a little bit more body to it. So, but I rarely drink that because there's not that much of it around. There was a place where I used to go that didn't have 0%. They only had 1%. So I used to drink 1%, which I thought was pretty good. Prasanakta, thank you for coming. Is it an offense not to pay a tip? I once visited an American-style steakhouse in Okinawa and didn't know the system. Feel bad for not leaving a tip because the service was very nice. Okinawa. Now, Okinawa, Ed Noy is from Okinawa. If he can just let us know the way it's like down there. The Okinawa is Japan. And in Japan, there is no tipping. But Okinawa is like a special place because of the American influence there. So if somebody from Okinawa, Ed Noy, or anybody else can let us know and maybe set Pransanakta's heart at ease, please do. We'll see what happens. Okay. This Lip says, when was the last time you visited? Just before COVID. And so I guess that's around 2019 or 2018 to see my dear mother. And then I haven't been back since. And first, because of COVID, I had an excuse. And then because I never got around to it, after my mother passed away, she didn't pass away from COVID, but she did, old age, like 95 or 96. So after she passed away, my siblings and I sort of went, and nobody, there are factions and things like that, which really amazed me because I'm on the other side of the world. Maybe it's because of that. I'm on the other side of the world. But since I'm on the other side of the world, I'm not involved in any of the bickering or sniping that goes on between the different siblings. But I don't hear from anybody, and I don't know why. I don't really have that much contact anymore with anybody. Before it was, oh, you're talking to that one, so I don't want to talk to you. You know, it was really convoluted, but really, really crazy. So I have no reason to. What I'm driving at, not to tell you my dysfunctional family problems, but actually what I'm trying to say is I have no real reason to go to America or interest to go to America. You know, I don't. My wife thinks I'm weird, but that's the way it is. In America, yes. Okay. Do you have to? Yeah. Do you have to tip in America? Yes. But this guy was talking about Okinawa. In San Diego, I had a 20 bowl of mama, $20 bowl of mama. Yeah, I'll say it. I didn't go to any kind of fancy place, but the time that I did go, my pre-COVID trip to the U.S., and this was in Tucson, Arizona, might have something to do with it. I thought just about everything I ate there was exactly when it didn't strike me. It was okay. It was filling, but I wasn't impressed. Like I said, maybe I didn't go to the right places, but 2018 is the last time for me too. Yeah, we Edwards got us trained. Yeah, I saw you on the airplane there, Shred Edward. I was going to say hello, but you were asleep. But we Edwards travel, and think we navigate the same waters, it seems, right? Okay, Mr. Chuckles, some of my friends that have switched to 0% beer claim these new beers taste the same as beer with a typical 4.5 or 5% alcohol content. I would say that's 40% true. The taste is the same, but the body is different. When you drink alcohol, it's not just the taste. You get this body feeling of the alcohol coursing through your veins, and there's none of that. There's none of that. So yeah, the taste is there, but the experience is different, whether that makes sense or not. But it's not bad. Much better than it used to be. 0% beer used to be horrible. How many years was required for you to learn an acceptable level of Japanese written and spoken? Well, I when I first came to Japan, there was I don't think there was any learn Japanese kind of school per se. You just came here and started learning on your own. And I was in Fukuoka for my initial 5 or 6 years in Japan, and all of the Japanese that I picked up in Fukuoka was Fukuoka dialect, Kyushu dialect. And so when I came to Tokyo, every time I would open my mouth, everybody within earshot would start laughing at me and saying, where the hell did you come from? And so there was that. And I didn't learn to write, even though I wanted to, and I tried to, but it was on my own. And I didn't, there was no internet. There was no apps. You had to buy a book and do it. So I learned hiragana and katakana right away, almost immediately after I came here. And that was just by rote memorization. And then the kanji, little by little, but not very much. And then when I started, came up to Tokyo to go to college, I enrolled in Sophia University, and I enrolled in an intensive Japanese class, which was 5 days a week. And we had to learn, memorize 15 kanji a day. And we had extensive language lab and things like that. And so it was a hard schedule, and a lot of people dropped out and couldn't take it and things like that. But that was the big thing for me. Once you learn to read, it like opens up this whole new world. I mean, after I went to Sofia, and I went back to Fukuoka where I used to live, but I couldn't read that much. It was like a different world because I could read everything that was going on, and it was a good feeling. It was a good feeling. So it does take time. With the modern tools, I imagine it's quicker, especially if you're living in Japan. But yeah, I would say it took me, counting, I lived in Fukuoka 5 or 6 years. I went to Sofia. I studied intensive Japanese 2 years. So that's a 7 or 8 years it took me. And still, I have holes in my Japanese. I worked as a professional Japanese to English translators. I still do. I still do the work. But I did it as my only source of income for like 35 or 40 years. So in my area of expertise, I'm really good. I mean, speaking and reading and writing, close to 100%. But there are certain topics and areas that I'm not good at all. That I don't have the experience, the background, because it didn't. I was focused in my area of expertise. So there are a lot of ways to learn Japanese. In fact, okay, I'm going to make the announcement here. I was going to hold off. We are in talks right now of getting our first GAIJIN50 plus sponsor. And don't worry, I'm not going to be doing regular things on here. I may do occasional ones. But like everything else, I said in the process of is because they approached me, and it's a Japanese language app, and they approached me to hook up with them. And I told them that I didn't want to do anything like that until I've had a chance to use their app for a while. And so they gave me a full access to their app. They actually gave me a lifetime membership, and I'm using it now, and even actively using it and trying it out and seeing how it works and seeing whether it's beneficial or not. And I have come to the conclusion that it is beneficial, and I wish I had it back in the day when I was learning, and it will be coming up on this channel. Now, they're not my sponsor yet, so I don't know if I should mention them. I mean, they'd probably like if I would, but I probably want to hold off since this is the first. I was going to wait after the first year anniversary, then start doing this sponsorship. But this is not a fly-by-night sponsorship. Believe me, if I'm going to suggest a product or a service or an app, it's not going to be, oh, we're going to pay you this money, suggest our app. I'll never do that. I'm going to try it. I'm going to ask them to send me a sample or enroll me or something like that so I can check it out and see if it's worth your while. And I promise you that. And I'm not just blowing smoke. Okay? So be on the lookout. I'll let you know in a minute. RF mount. Not in a minute. I'll say probably that'll be coming up in the next week or two. Okay, Patrick. Ramen served by a white dude named Chad, 2Ds. He demanded his 20% tip and told us in Japan they don't use spoons when we asked for them. Yeah, these purists are really funny, aren't they? Aren't they? There's nothing that rankles me more than having someone talk down their nose because they know better, especially when they're named Chad, So I hope. Did you give him a 20% tip, Patrick? Okay. I saw a thing one time about a ramen shop in Scotland, and it was a Japanese TV show, and they sent this TV crew over to Scotland to go to this Japanese ramen shop there, and it was pretty hilarious because the ramen shop was doing everything wrong. They boiled the ramen And then after the ramen finished boiling, they took the noodles and ran it under cold water. It was terrible. And inari sushi. It's the rice balls with that brown wrapping around it. They were serving inari sushi. They took the inari sushi and breaded it and deep fried it and served it as Japanese. Pretty wild stuff. But I bet you that getting served uh, ramen by Chad must have been an experience. Okay. My siblings and I don't talk to me because we are not the same. It's very political there, and I'm not. Okay. Yeah, our problems aren't political. I don't know what it is. I've got I yeah, it's incomprehensible. I don't blame and don't blame me for any typos because Sunday, which is beer day. Okay. Well, Shred Edward, like I always tell people, now whenever we talk about siblings or family, I always say, now you know why I'm on the other side of the world. Okay. So Schindler is going to leave. It's been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, but I have to go. I've got some errands to run this crazy hot Nagoya afternoon. Happy anniversary and see you next stream. Take it easy, Schindler. I hope things pick up for you and your quest for PR. RF Mount says, one of my sister-in-laws refuses to acknowledge my existence in Japan because I'm not fluent in Japanese. Isn't that horrible? Yeah. Because that's hard to imagine. She must be is she a right-wigger? Yeah. But then again, there are all kinds of strange people all over. When my father told my grandmother that I was going to marry a Japanese woman, she told him, you better get him home so he can marry one of his own. So, of course, my father, didn't, but, he didn't. He told me about it as if it was funny or strange that she would say such a thing. But that's the way it is and was, right? Mr. Chuckle says, RF Mount, that's her issue. Just be you. Yeah. Yeah, or learn some insult and throw it at her, learn some really low-level, dirty insult and say, how's this? Woman? Okay. Depends on the context. If you're a translator, that's going to require knowing what Japanese are actually trying to say. That's a hard test. Yeah, there you go, right? If you're translation is not a business to be getting into now anyway. AI is getting better and better, and it's going to take over someday. But anyway, translation, that was the challenge, because it's not changing every Japanese word into an English word. You have to read the Japanese, understand what the intent of the writer is, which is not an easy task to begin with, and then convey that concept in proper English without worrying how the Japanese was arranged or written. You have to understand what is meant. So that my mentor used to tell me, don't translate what he wrote, translate what he meant, which I always thought was good advice. Okay. Shred Edward says, give me a spoon or I'm walking out and not paying. There you go. Okay. That's what you tell that to what's his name? Chad. Okay. Chad, isn't that a country in Africa? Back when I was in the Army and back before the internet days and all that, they used to use teletype machines. And of course, teletype, there was one teletype. And if there were many people using it, you didn't want to sit at the teletype and be clacking out your message while somebody else is waiting with a we're under attack kind of message. So what they did is they had machines called pokers, and the pokers had paper tape running through their mechanism. and you could input what you want to input, and the poker would poke holes in the paper tape, and each combination of holes represented a letter. And then this tape would be taken to the actual teletype machine, put on a tape reader, and you press a button and it would type the thing at high speed. And, it was very economical to do things that way. And so when the poker would poke a hole in the paper tape, there would be these little round discs that are created. And these discs went into a box inside the poker machine. And it would have to fill up, it would fill up sometimes, and we would have to empty. Okay, anyway, those little round discs, which was, it was like, it was really, really fine after a while. We used to call that Chad, because Chad meant something that was useless to be thrown away. So good luck, Chad, all you Chads out there. Okay. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not insulting anybody on it. Carlos Guzman, one of my old friends, one of my oldest online friends. I knew Carlos when he was just I knew Carlos when he was back living at home, and didn't know much Japanese at all, and was interested in Japan. And he used to be a subscriber to my podcast, Japundit. And finally, he made it to Japan, down in Fukuoka, and then he went home for a while. I think he's back in Japan now. Welcome, Carlos. Always nice to see you. I think that learning to read is essential to anyone thinking to live long-term here. I had the chance to learn before moving to Japan, and it made things so much easier. I agree with you, Carlos. If you have the time and if you have the stick-to-itiveness, learning to read is essential. Very, very important if you're going to live here long-term. Very, very helpful. Very, very helpful. And you don't have to ask your wife to read everything to you. Okay. RF Mount. My wife and I operate our own business here. At work, English is spoken with wife. Her youngest sister and I get along great. I'm 56, so I know I will have a huge learning curve. Come on, 56, you're still a young man. Come on, man, as our ex-pres used to say. But one of the things that was hard about learning Japanese in some kinds of certain English, certain businesses, is when English is spoken in the workplace, and some Japanese people always try to steer the conversation into an English conversation rather than a Japanese conversation. Not 100%, but quite a few Japanese people would prefer to practice their English than allow you to practice your Japanese. When I first started at my biggest customer as a translator, that company, that was just when Japan, it was just before the bubble, and Japan was into this going international thing. And the person in charge of that division where I was working told their workers that when dealing with me, they should conduct all of their negotiations in English, because that would improve their English speaking capability. And that's the way it was. I had to do a lot of business in English. Of course, I also had to do quite a bit of business in Japanese, which was useful. But I kind of wish that I had more chances, especially at the beginning, to communicate more in Japanese. Well, RF Mount, stick with it. That's the only thing you can do. Pay attention to stuff going on around you. Like I said, in the next week or so, I'll be putting up some kind of ad. It's actually more of a recommendation from me, a personal recommendation. Of course, if you join through my link, I'll get some kind of payment for it, but that's not the only reason I'm doing it. I will never recommend something to you just for the money, like a lot of big YouTubers did with those, kamikoto knives and things like that. Okay, there's a big YouTuber named Only in Japan Go. He's over 50, doesn't get many views, no PR, but he complains and asks, what do English teachers in Japan have to offer to Japan by having such low language? What do English teachers in Japan have to offer to Japan by having such low wages? I don't understand the question so well, but it always rankles me a little bit when people start ragging on English teachers because, just because you don't teach English doesn't mean that English teaching is some subhuman form of some subhuman life form. People doing what they want and they're making a living at it. Unfortunately, the living is not as good as it had been in the past. But now with inflation pushing wages upwards, perhaps English teachers also might be able to use this. And perhaps with the Japanese government becoming more strict about letting visas, there may be a lower supply of English teachers. Could be. I don't know if it ever happened. But, it's supply and demand. Now there's just so many gaijins running around that one leaves. When one leaves some English school, really doesn't feel anything. It's very, leaving? Okay, well, next. Let's go down to Narita and see who's getting off the plane. I don't think it's that bad, but yeah. And then again, the demand for English is not as big in Japan as it used to be. So there's that too. Okay. The ego of some people, I swear, LOL. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't like people talking down to English teachers. I really hate that. I don't want to be an English teacher. Yeah. Okay. Do something else then. Mr. Chuckle says, I've always admired people who can translate in real time. I must be getting old because I can't think that fast. But excuse me, Mr. Chuckles. I don't mean to be a smartass. When I say translate, I mean somebody gave me a piece of paper with Japanese written on it. I read it and I typed and sent them back a document with the English. When you're talking about real time, that's interpretation. Interpreters are superhuman as far as I'm concerned. I can't do that either. I've seen people do really good jobs at it. I mean, I sit there going gaga, and I've seen people doing terrible jobs at it. I was asked by a guy one time to interpret at a meeting that I was not qualified to interpret for, and I did a really poor job, and I know it was really poor, and I never tried to do it again. But yeah, I saw a young lady one time in a meeting, and she also knew shorthand, where you put the squiggles on the page. So she was sitting there. She actually looked quite bored. And as people were talking, she was putting these squiggles on the page. And when it came time to translate it or into another language, she did 100%. So I always thought it was cool. I don't know anybody who could think that. I know I can't think that fast. All right, RF Bound. Back to RF Bound. Funny thing is, she works at a Buddhist temple. I always thought Buddhism is based on making oneself better, more rounded person. I was surprised at her statement to me, which she spoke in English. Yeah, well, if I were, I'm not telling you to do anything because I don't. My wife tells me that I should sometimes just shut up, But if I had that happen to me, that would be the first thing I would question, What kind of Buddhist are you, Is that Buddhism? I don't know. Tell her, I don't, your Buddhism, the Buddhism you practice is not real Buddhism because it's not in the original Sanskrit, you know. I hate people like that. Okay, Shred Edward. Only and doesn't seem to understand that wages do not equate to usefulness in Japan. Okay, that's true. You know, that's a very good point there, Shred Edward. Very good. And in that there are some people who are in very in demand and very essential fields that are still underpaid just because somebody made the decision not to pay them that much. And it's really bad. And that's why I think they can't get workers. All right, Shred Edwards says, I disagree. I live in the countryside and I don't need to know kanji. It was actually the language of the educated. Katakana was for women who are not allowed to learn kanji. Okay, if that's the way you think, okay. I'm starting to learn Japanese at 63. Hard, but I won't give up. Yeah, that's the only thing, right? It's hard, and don't give up. If you're in Japan, it might be easier. If you're not in Japan, it might be more difficult. If you're not in Japan, your challenge is getting together with Japanese people to talk to in Japanese. I know you're talking about using English in Japan. I know a young lady now who's studying Japanese, and her Japanese is not bad, but she wants to have more practice at Japanese conversation. And she lives in Tokyo and she's having a hard time finding a partner. She says everybody wants to speak English, right? RF Mount says maybe the idea that when wages are so low, it's so too is the quality of the level of work in kind. Low wage equals lowered quality. Yeah, but in Japan, I don't know. There are some pretty high quality workers that I think are underpaid, but that's just my opinion. So I don't know. Shred Edward says, no, that's why katakana was introduced. Women were not allowed to be educated. Okay. All right. That was then. All right. Talking about jobs in Japan, maybe I'm wondering when the day is going to come when they start hiring foreigners as policemen. Let's look at this one. Kanagawa Prefecture Police Academy. Sounds like a movie. Kanagawa Prefecture Police Academy eases rules as Japan's low birth rate pressures recruitment. I thought this is a pretty interesting story, to tell you the truth. Let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger. Hold on a minute while I fool around with my keyboard. Okay. No, that didn't work very well. Try again. Okay. The Kanagawa Prefectural Police Force introduced major changes in its police academy. Now, what they did is they lowered the standards in order to get more people to join. So I thought was really interesting. So in 2012, 6,351 people took the prefectural police recruitment exam. So this was 7 times the number of openings. Wow. So they had a pretty good pick. But last fiscal year, the number had fallen to 2,460, the lowest since fiscal 1990, which means 2 for 1. There are about 2 people per slot. And now, because the baby boomers are checking out, the number of retiring employees is projected to rise over the next decade or so. So they're worried about their staffing. So let's see what they changed. They started a new hiring category for applicants with work experience. Now, those of you who don't live in Japan may be, well, what does that mean? And so it probably, I think it does mean that probably in the past, they would only hire people straight out of school. like straight out of high school or straight out of university, if you had past work experience, you had no chance of joining the police department. This is the way I interpret that. So they're trying to get people who have had previous jobs to join up. So this fiscal year, the force reduced the number of questions on the basic ability test from 50 to 40 and lowered the number of push-ups required in the physical fitness test for men from 25 to 20 in order to ease the burden on examinees. Ooh, sounds bad to me. It also expanded its outreach efforts by, they made a new poster and things like that. So changes are also taking place in the Kanagawa Prefectural Police Academy, located in Yokohama Sakai Ward, where newly hired officers live and train. Since July, both men and women have been allowed to choose any hairstyle. Wow, hairstyle deemed neat and appropriate for a police officers, effectively permitting style such as 2-block cuts, whatever that is, and longer hair. Previously, visits or overnight stays outside of the academy were limited to those at the homes of parents, relatives, or fellow recruits. Other locations are now permitted. Smartphone policies have also changed. Until recently, trainees were required to hand over their phones to instructors during training and sleeping hours. Under the new rules, recruits may keep and manage their devices by themselves. So police academies across Japan are introducing measures to reduce the risk of resignations, such as shortening the training period for high school and vocational school graduates by 1.5 months starting next April. So this is so they're basing this according to data that they collected. They asked a bunch of people, trainees. 40% cited concerns or anxieties they had when taking the recruitment exam, saying, including such comments as, "The police academy seems strict." Oh, you're going to a job where you might have to take a bullet, right? How did those directly affected feel about the rule change? Well, one guy said he joined in February of last year, and she worked at a local post office after graduating from high school. Okay, this says why she became a policewoman, and she said about the life at the police academy, it's more enjoyable than I expected rather than strict. So with more freedom comes more responsibility, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what do you think, people? Is this the right way to go? Make it more enjoyable, less strict? Make it more, what shall I say, attractive to people to join, easier to pass? Then I started thinking, okay, this is going on. So they're going to put in these, revisions. What if these revisions don't work? What if the number of recruits keeps going down? Are they going to do like they do in the States and start hiring foreigners, gaijins, policemen, police personnel, police officers? What do you think? Anybody? So this is the thought that came into my mind. Okay. Shredder says, and hiragana was for animal sound. Saying I was wrong about women not being allowed to be educated is wrong. Okay, you're right. All right. Lowering population, fewer foreigners, equals the need for a greater police presence. Why? Well, I don't know if they want a greater police presence as they want they want to maintain the size of the police presence. If you ask me, the police presence seemed to be less than what it used to be. years ago, you couldn't turn around without running into a police person somewhere, either in a police box or coming over to your house, asking questions and things like that. But these days, there seem to be very few police on the street. Willie says, just get rid of the mandatory retirement and let people work as long as they want. That's what I think. Is correct. But nobody listens to me. Mr. Chuckle says, there you go, Ed. You should apply to the police. I know. I told you when I was going to go to college, administration of criminal justice, I saw this and I was tempted to, yeah. Did I tell you the story when I got an email from Yokohama Police Department, Cybercrime Division, over a posting on my Japundit blog many, many years ago. I posted a story about high school students and stuff. I had this picture of Japanese schoolgirls, sitting real sloppily on this train bench, and it fit the story really well. And so I put the picture out there, and they sent me a email, and they said, you put this picture up on your blog the other day, and people said that they could identify or see, or it was the badge of the school was visible, and this person had graduated from that school, and it looks like you are trying to put their school in a bad light or something like that. I was pretty surprised. So I took the picture down immediately and told them, oh, yeah, the picture's gone. Don't worry about it. Okay, thanks a lot. And they were really friendly. But yeah, that's Kanagawa, Yokohama Police. Okay. But I thought that was interesting because it did make me think. I wonder if Japan is ever going to start hiring non-Japanese police. What do you think? Maybe we should we could start a Gaijin police battalion. Here's another one that I thought was not only not interesting, but sick. Are you ready? These are some of these pain in the neck ads, these pop-ups. Okay. Here you go. You ready for this? A guy left his 7-year-old tired son behind because he wanted to he had summit fever, I guess. His 7-year-old kid was complaining, Daddy, I'm tired. I can't take it any longer. And they were around the 8th station. I guess Mount Fuji, the top is station number 10. And right around station 8, the kid started complaining, Daddy, I'm tired. I don't want to go any further. And so the father said, okay, wait here. And he pressed on and left his kid at the 8th station. And he had an older son. I think the older son was a teenager, around 12 or 13. And the guy left his son and kept up to the top. Oh, I made the summit. And the police found out about it. I didn't get a chance to read this in detail. I can't remember. The police gave the guy, the police gave the guy about a really hard time. The police believe the father left the boy at around 4:30 a.m. Thursday. However, about 7:40 a.m., a mountain hut worker near the 6th checkpoint spotted the child sitting alone on a bench, brought him inside for shelter, and contacted the police. The father had climbed near the 8th checkpoint nearly 3 hours farther up the trail when officers were able to get in touch with him. Okay, so they grabbed him. The kid was left at the 6th checkpoint, 6th station, and they were able to locate the father at the 8th station. And the police ordered the guy to turn around and retrieve his son. The child was unharmed and safely reunited. and the police have not indicated whether the father will face any charges. I sure hope he does. And I maybe they'll make a new rule in Japan. Don't leave your children along the trail. What do you think about that? And I hasten to add, it was a Japanese father. It wasn't a gaijin. If it was a gaijin, we would have sent the gaijin police out after him. But I thought I was just, I mean, the world, it seems, especially for us oldsters, it seems like the world in general is going downhill, down the side of Mount Fuji very quickly. And it's not just the United States, and it's not just Europe, and it's not just Japan, but it seems to be everything's happening in tandem. Mr. Chuckles says about police work, personally, I wouldn't want to be a cop. I've done ride-alongs with local police, and it's a very difficult job. I admire people that have to deal with the worst of society. Yeah, especially now. When I was going to study administration of criminal justice, I had such a lot of high-minded ideals about what I wanted to do and how I wanted to do it. But the way things turned out in the police business, I'm sort of glad that they did turn out the way they did. RF Mount. Then racial profiling would become a real issue when foreigners start writing traffic violations for Japanese drivers. Nope. Well, I like to say never, but I could never, ever in any way imagine gaijins enforcing rules and regulations against Japanese people in Japan. I just can't. There's no way in my keen analytical mind that I could imagine such a scenario. I don't think it'll ever happen. Okay. Carlos says, internet ads are super annoying. What browser are you using, Ed? It looks like you are using Safari. You might want to look for some ad blockers. They are free and work. Yeah, actually, when I set up, I could go into a long story of why I'm using Safari. Usually I use Brave, and Brave zaps everything. But I used Safari this time because it helped me it really helped me put topics I wanted to cover aside for later discussion. And so I thought, yeah, I'm going to try using this. But yeah, the pop-up ads are super annoying. Bushido Biker did it again. Why are you doing this? Thank you, Bushido Biker. And you said, I've been watching your stream, wanted to apologize for the heart of you and my YouTube comments on your videos. I'm very passionate about Japan and respecting your host country. And I know you are. It comes through. And I don't fault you for that. I really don't. You get into it with some people, get into it back and forth. Fine. I mean, we're all adults, we're all big boys, and we can all fend for ourselves. So that's why, you haven't been blocked and you haven't been deleted or anything like that. You have an opinion. I respect your opinion. I happen to be I'm pretty passionate about Japan, of what it should do and what it shouldn't do. And as far as immigration, respecting the host country, I'm with you 100%. And their rules, I'm with you 100%. The immigration, I'm kind of a little bit thinking, it's, I wish they had done it more, eased into it a little bit more, but hey, what the heck? That, that it is what it is, right? But you don't have to apologize. Don't feel that way. Okay. I appreciate your passion, and I appreciate your, what shall I say, participation. I really do. Axeman Japan says, my boomer American parents left me to do whatever I wanted from basically birth. Woo! I climbed up a local mountain with my brothers at that age as a kid. Way to go. Way to go. Well, boomer parents were like that. Oh, I'm a boomer parent, and I wasn't like that. My kids said I was too strong. I was too strict. Foreigners are useful for other undercover operations like in Kabukicho. Yeah, I often wondered about that. I wondered if they'd ever use undercover gaijins for certain specific activities. Gaijin biker, Bushido biker, what are you doing? Thank you again. I really appreciate it. But are you thinking that your other ones are not going through or something? I think I've got three from you, or maybe four. But I really do appreciate it. But like I said, don't feel like I've got a negative feeling towards you. I don't, especially now. Also, Japan does not need a gaijin police force. That is kind of foobar. Yep, I agree. It is definitely deeply disrespectful to the Japanese people. Also, I like your channel. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. Yeah, I know it's foobar, and I know it's disrespectful, but I was thinking, like, in terms of what I see is going on in the U.S. I've seen. I like to watch police badge cam videos, and those badge cam videos will sometimes. I saw one with a guy with a definite British accent pulling over a speeder, and one guy with a Mexican accent. And then you have a lot of people in foreign police in New York. I saw one recently that they had an lesson or classes for female Japanese female police personnel, how to wear a hijab while in uniform and all that kind of stuff. So I was thinking in terms of that when I made that comment, but I can never imagine it either. That would have to be basic end of the world kind of stuff. Thank you again, Bushido Biker. You're always welcome. Mr. Chuckles, nobody would suspect Ed as an undercover cop. There was another thing I was thinking of. If you're a gaijin undercover cop in Japan, you couldn't, like if you followed somebody for a while, I mean, you'd stand out so much. You would have no utility as an undercover cop. Everybody would know it's you or what you're doing. But I'm speaking from the perspective of 100% Cree Native, First Nations. Hey. Person from Canada. It's a dynamic some people may understand that's important to me. Okay, great. Sure, no problem. All right. Thanks for letting us know. And then he says, I'm just trying to hype your stream. That's always greatly appreciated. So, dude, I watch tons of police channels. I like Donut Operator is cool. Donut Operator. Who's the other guy? Who's that black guy? He's down in Arizona. I can't remember his name now. Anyway, I like them all. And yeah, Donut Operator, he comes up with some pretty cool ones. Yeah. Okay. So, Gaijin Guru. The ball and chain. Who might that be? The ball and chain had me go do a few things, so I missed most of the chat. Japanese partners really don't allow you to make tea or cook food. Why didn't you? Me? Yeah, my wife doesn't let me do anything. Yeah, my wife, if she goes down to Kyushu for a couple of days, and I spend here filling the sink with dishes but I know she's coming home, so I wash all the dishes and put them in the rack. When she comes home, the first thing she does is rewash all the dishes because she says I don't know how to do it. Anyway, there you go, Bushido Biker. That's the guy, Officer Tatum. He's gotten kind of commercial. He's got his store and all that kind of stuff. But I like watching him. Yeah, Officer Tatum. All right. I watch too many police cam videos. Yeah, my wife tells me I'm weird And then she watches a cat video. So I don't know who's weird. Japan, yeah, I just got back from a ramen shop and asked for a second refill for free. No toppings, of course, just noodles. The Japanese next to me were like, "Huh? Can we do this?" When did you? Yeah, yeah. Some places do allow you to do that, right? What do they call the? What do they call it? Don't they call them tama? One serving of ramen noodles. I think it's tama. I might be wrong there. If I am, let me know. Officer Tatum. Yep. I watch cat and police videos. Well, you're double weird. Okay. Oh, I got another one. Another. It's not. It's a kind of a funny one. This guy. Let me get that up there. Oh, come on, get up there. Come on. There you go. Sometimes my click doesn't work very well. All right. A Japanese man was arrested recently after pretending to be a foreigner while trying to rob a convenience store. I thought this one was pretty rich. All right. So this is in Oizumi Yoshida branch of a Japanese convenience store, Lawson, in Oizumi, Gunma Prefecture. And the only other person in the store at the time was a 50-something-year-old manager. 2:30 a.m. I guess they can't get anybody to work at that time, so the poor manager has to take care of it. And there it is. There is the branch. And this guy comes up to the counter, and instead of buying something, he pulls out a knife, and he says to the guy, give me your money, right? Your money or your life. But the guy said it, "Okane o kudasai," right? That's what he said, and that's not something a Japanese robber would say. So they say this is an odd choice of words to be using mid-crime, though the first part is fine. Kane is the Japanese word for money, and adding the honorific o to the front of it technically does make it a more polite expression, but it also helps differentiate it from the other possible meanings of kane, meaning metal. So when talking about money, a lot of people default using okane, even when they are not. No, that's a long-winded thing. Okay. What makes okane kudasai a weird thing to say while you're threatening someone's life, though, is that kudasai means please. Kudasai isn't an intimidating, okay? So the mixture of polite speech and implied violence was not enough to convince the convenience store manager to hand over the cash, though. So he just said, no. He said, I refuse. The man left. So after using forensic evidence and security cam footage, they must have gotten a fingerprint or something. Police investigators were able to determine his identity as Atsushi Goto, a 32-year-old resident of Isesaki. And this man, one day earlier on the 17th, he had robbed a different convenience store in Isesaki of 30,000 yen with the exact same method, flashing a knife and saying, "Okane o kudasai." So the guy was arrested. He admitted the attempted robbery, and he revealed that he used that kind of expression in an unnatural voice. So he did it in order to hopefully sound like a foreigner and mask his identity. I thought this was funny. I've heard of this happening in the past, but I thought it was pretty hilarious. What do you think? I wonder if it would work anyway. No, it wouldn't work the other way, wouldn't it? Okay. So RF Bounce says, my wife is great. We both cook and share all the domestic responsibilities. Good for you. Luckily, I have a wife who loves to cook. She loves to cook, and she's very proud of her cooking. And I'm very proud of my eating. So we get along really, really well. Patrick says, Undercover Gaijin would be an awesome YouTube channel for Ed's undercover ops amongst the Sakura Club. Hey, we miss Carl. Yeah, Carl was going to drop in today, but his as somebody else put it here, ball and chain had a better idea. Okay, so Carl, maybe Carl will drop in every once in a while. In the future, I think I'll be doing the main events, but we'll see if we can get Carl to come in and show his face every so often. Kaedaba, right. So tama is the thing, and kae means replacement. Yeah, kaedama. That's it. Yeah, Carlos Guzman. Thank you, Carlos. Amigo. Bushido Biker says, dude shows up. I am a foreigner. Give me your money. That's what it sounds like, doesn't it? That's some pretty funny stuff, right? Okay. Kudasai can kind of mean please give me, I guess. But like, this is a robbery. Please give me. Yeah, but I've seen it. I've seen, similar things, in these police videos. Hasn't there been robbers, like they go in the bank and they're very polite and their robbery note, is very nice and polite. I've seen that happen in the stateside videos too, right? And Willie says they have foreigner police in Thailand. Yeah, I think they do. So maybe he was a kappa. He was very kind about it. Maybe if they just bowed to him, he would have had to bow back and his water would spill out of his head. If you know, you know. The kappa, right? All right. Where are we? Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. And I'm the cook in the house. I love cooking. Yeah. It's better to leave the cooking to the house to the person who loves to do the cooking. Okay. Now, in that vein, I got another interesting one for all us married guys. Oh, I'm going to have to try to make that bigger. Hold on. This ain't working on the site. Really crank that up. Okay, here we are. There's this woman on Facebook. Her name is Horiguchi Miya. And she's a pretty, she's a, one more from Sumimasen. I am robbing you. Cash kudasai. Bow, bow, bow. There you go. Horiguchi Miya. She's got a pretty good Facebook channel. And she puts a lot of these survey questions up there. She puts a question and she does a lot of inside Japan kind of things. And she's got a pretty good, interesting Facebook presence. And she put up this question recently. So what would a Japanese wife actually expect from a foreign husband? I asked a Japanese friend this question, and her answer was much more complicated than I expected. Number one, she said, I want to manage household money. She said some of her Japanese friends handle the family finances, including their husband's salary. But in her experience, some foreign husbands prefer to keep control of their own paycheck. For her, sharing or handing over her salary wasn't simply about money. It's about how the couple managed the household together. All right, commenters. RF Mount, we'll see you. Nice mowing. Have a good time mowing the lawn. Okay, about this money thing, the way I handled it in my place, while we are in Japan, I let my wife do everything. It's just easier like that. I don't know anything about what she does with the money. May be dangerous if she ever decides to kick me out. But my wife handles all the family finances. We did live together in the United States for 2 years. And during those days, I handled all the family finances. And it was just because it was easier to do. I didn't feel I wanted to. It was kind of a pain in the neck having to take over that responsibility, but it just became easier to do it that way. Family finances. All right. What was her number 2? Why can't he just give me some space? That's what she expects of her gaijin husband. When they argued, she said she sometimes wanted to cool down before talking again, but her husband wanted to discuss the problem immediately. Sounds like my house. He wanted to confront the issue and solve it right away. For her, that felt exhausting. She needed time to calm down first. Yeah, that actually is the way that It is around my house. I'm the kind of type, which I think is pretty typical American. Oh, there's a problem. We got to resolve this problem and get everybody feeling good. And you know, no, my wife will stay mad for a week before she's ready to talk again. Next one. I want him to join my family sometimes. She said her husband really didn't want to attend her family gathering. I guess she's got a gaijin husband. To him, it might have felt unnecessary. To her, showing up matters. Even if he didn't understand every family tradition, simply being there showed respect. Yeah, okay. When my wife's parents were alive, I followed this way. I showed up, even though it was boring and it was a lot of, yeah, I like natto. But I showed up to show respect and to be. I didn't want to, I didn't want to be the only one who didn't show up. But then after her parents passed away and her sibling group started shrinking, I went one or two times to the Obon gathering or something, or the Oshogatsu gathering, and I could tell that I was kind of like a drag on the mood. They wanted to talk about things, and they had things to take care of. And my being there sort of put a damper on the conversation. So I stopped going. And I still go down there and visit them, but not for the family get together thing. They can get together and argue and have their private time together. Now that mom and dad are gone, I don't feel I have to go down there and show the flag. Number 4, I shouldn't have to do everything at home. This one was simple. She expected her husband to help with housework without being constantly asked. Cooking, cleaning, laundry, shopping. Marriage shouldn't mean one person becomes responsible for the entire household. I can see that, but like I said, my wife doesn't trust me to do anything, which is like a blessing in disguise. Who was saying that earlier, right? Count your blessings, right? He expects some affection from me. Woohoo! Boop, boop, boop. She also mentioned affection. Her husband wanted the same level of physical and emotional affection he gave her, but she explained that people can express love differently. Now, this is a common refrain. For her, love might be taking care of the family, preparing something for him, remembering small things, or simply being there. This is where cultural differences become complicated. Neither person necessarily thinks they are doing something wrong. They simply have completely different ideas about what a good husband or good wife should look like. This doesn't apply to everyone. It's simply one Japanese friend's honest confession about her marriage. What do you think? Now, I just read the whole thing because I thought this was so interesting and so applicable to many of us here. I'd like to hear what you all think. And time to mow the lawn. Mow the lawn. Okay. Axeman, I've been married almost 13 years. I've never seen my bank account, but we own a home under my name. Anyways, it's the best to find a wife you can trust, or what's the point? Yeah. I always say to my wife, if you pass away before I do, I'm going to have a hard time trying to figure out where everything's hidden. So yeah, I'm the same. I leave everything up to her. It's just the way it's always been. I've been married 53 years, maybe I don't know, something like that, longer. Bushido Biker says, I'm bad with money. I recently spent too much money building a pocket theater in my house. I miss North American movie theaters. Luckily, my wife doesn't care what I get up to. Well, lucky you. All right. I'm not that great with money. I don't think I'm bad, especially as you get older. I don't know how old you are, Bushido Biker, but in my case, as I got older, I got more, I don't know, careful or conservative or less willing to let loose of money than I was in. But I don't think I'm cheap or stingy or anything like that. My wife is cool, you know. Like I said, I don't control the money, but if I want to buy a new computer or something like that, I tell her, hey, I want to buy a new computer. She says, okay, go ahead. You know, she never says don't, right? Okay. And Willie says, how is the divorce rate in Japan? I understand it is rising. If someone wants to check on that, give us an answer. I think it is rising. I think it's surprisingly high. I don't think it's as high as it is in the US, but I'm always surprised when I see the number. Okay. Patrick says, my Oksama is an expert bookkeeper, but balks at the responsibility of financial strategy/decisions. No problem. I'm effective in CEO role. Even notice her Hesso goody and didn't even say anything. There you go. There you go. Yeah, yeah. You have to, you know, I mean, there are certain things, just let slide. You're better off. Let it slide. Okay. Financial strategy decisions, that's always tough. That's always a difficult thing to do. And yeah, my that kind of thing my wife leaves up to me too. I mean, if there's going to be an investment. And Bushido Buck said, well, no, the divorce rate here in Japan is not rising. I think I don't know. That's not the divorce rate. Let me see if I can pull up a quick answer here. Yeah, don't you just hate when people start fooling around with a computer while they're talking to you? Divorce rate Japan. See how that does. Well, it's working. It's thinking. Okay. Back to the comments here. X-Man Japan. I put my wife on the title of my house when I bought our house. Trust is both ways with us. That's good. That's always good. And I'm 38. Oh, you're still a young whippersnapper there. You got your best. Oh, wait a minute. I got to stop something. I just did something on my to look up divorce rate Japan, and I input the wrong thing, and so it got into this big process that I don't need. Let me try it again. Divorce. Okay, coming right at you. 38 years old. 38's a good age, you know. 38's a good age. In your mid 30s, I think, is when society starts taking you seriously, starts looking at you with more respect. You know, in your 20s, people say, yeah, shut up, kid, you know. Mid 30s, right? Your 30s are really good. Then in your 40s, you start becoming more of a sage, right? Oh, it just I asked divorce rate in Japan, and it gave me a translation. Okay, you know, I don't know. All right, good for you. Axman Japan, with 2 kids and a happy marriage to a Japanese person. I just use the rule that if we both aren't sweating the same, someone is unhappy. Okay. All right. You know, that's the big thing. When you have a nice wife and a couple of kids, you know, I was talking about my dysfunctional family. And that's the big difference, right? If I didn't have a nice wife and a kid, my dysfunctional family might upset me more. And I might try to make better effort to make it less dysfunctional. But since I got a wife and a kid, I shrugged my shoulders. I don't care. I've got a nice wife, nice 2 sons, nice 2 grandchildren. We get together regularly, have dinner parties and things like that. Really, really wonderful. Okay, here we go. Divorces in Japan in 2025, around 180,000. Marriages, 490,000. Official divorce rate, 1.5 divorces per 1,000 people. Divorce relative to marriages, approximately 36.6%, or roughly 1 divorce for every 2.7 marriages. Okay, there it is. Those are the numbers. Make of them what you want. Just to be clear, the divorce rate in Japan actually peaked decades ago, but it is currently declining statistically speaking. Okay. All right. Actually, also, I am 38. My wife is nearly a decade younger than me. Wow. Young lady. Okay. 28 years old. Very nice. Lucky you. All right. Bushido biker, clap. All right. The divorce rate actually isn't that bad compared to other countries. Yeah. I mean, what is it in the United States? The U.S. divorce rate always surprises me. It's always pretty gross. We're talking about, I think it's like 50-50 in the U.S. if I had to guess. All right, let's go. Japan, marriages, 490,000, I said. United States, 2 million. Reported divorces, Japan, around 180,000. United States, 672,000. Divorce rate per 1,000 people, 1.5 in Japan, 2.4 in the United States. Marriage rate per 1,000 people, 4.1. Japan, 6.1 in the States. The U.S. divorce rate is approximately 60% higher than Japan's. That's a lot, And, actually, a lot of Japanese people seem to say, oh, Japan divorce rate is climbing too. But, maybe you're right, Bushido Biker, right? Yeah. Maybe about 50-50. Yeah. Okay. You're on right on. Oof. Whoa. Damn. Are you commenting on my my bad typing and stuff? Did a lot of research before moving here. Yeah, well, you must have. You know your stats, that's for sure. I know you do. Okay, I got another one. You were talking about foreign police departments. Here's a kind of related, but not really. Foreign truck drivers in Japan. Okay, let me get rid of some of this crap here. And try to make that a little bit. Make that a little bit bigger. Come on. Okay, foreign truck drivers keep wheels turning for Japan's economy among labor shortages. In Japan's trucking industry, long a lifetime. Yeah, what is it? The white line is the lifeline of the nation. There's a good song. In Japanese, long a lifeline for the economy, foreign drivers are becoming an increasingly visible presence. 2024, the government added automobile transport to the fields covered by the specified skilled workers residency status. And they talk about the experiences of some of the drivers and where they're from. I'm looking for some stats. Where's some stats, some percentages? Oh, I don't see any. I didn't have a chance to go through this before I came on. Otherwise, I'd have it marked up. But it seems that, that foreign workers are coming in to drive trucks. Now, I wonder how you folks are more attuned to the visas. They said this is the specified skill worker. Specified skill worker. Now, are these people going to be able to get permanent residency in the future? I wonder. What do you think? Or are they just brought in, drive for a while, and then go home? But anyway, I was surprised to see this. In fact, when they started letting specified skilled workers drive taxis and buses, I was pretty shocked. I never thought I'd see that either. So now they're driving the trucks that carry the goods across the nation. Okay. Bushido Biker. Okay, a lot of research. All right. Trucking is a big thing here. Yep. A lot of goods moved by truck. They are in high demand. Yep. And Wakayama, my friend Chani lives there. Okay, Chani. Is that lady from New Zealand or something like that does videos? Okay, taxi drivers are needed too. Yeah, and foreigners are becoming taxi drivers. The article you read is from Wakayama, by the way. Okay, thank you. Really, in a few months, my friend is hiring me as a cab driver here in Osaka. Oh, you're going to be a cab driver. Good for you. I hope that you let us know after you do it for a while. I often wondered, can you make good money driving a cab? I know one guy in particular, who's a professional cab driver, and he seems to be pretty well off. Okay. And Willie asks, how about Uber? And Bushido Biker will answer, Uber is just a hailing service. It isn't actually a taxi company. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think Uber is handled a little bit differently in Japan as it is everywhere else. Uber has to go through a taxi company in order to operate. The last I heard, I may be wrong. If I'm wrong about that, Bushido Biker, please let me know. And Bushido Biker says, yeah, Chani is an Australian. Yeah, she's got a pretty popular channel, doesn't she? Manti, okay. Congrats on 1 year. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, I know your what do they call that? Not icon, avatar. I recognize your avatar. Okay, thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Bushido Biker says, I love driving, by the way, LOL. Yeah, okay, yeah. If you love driving and you can, if you're good at what you do, I think you can make pretty good money as a taxi driver. Cab driving here pays very well, but it is 1 day on, 1 day off. Oh, yeah, my friend told me about it. My cab friend and I go out for yakiniku very often. Also, the shifts are almost 24 hours some days. Yeah, when you're busy. Yeah, isn't there some on Facebook? I used to see some ads come over for foreign taxi drivers. And they were talking like, 500,000 yen a month or more or something like that, which seemed, I don't know, just for driving a car, it seems like pretty good, pretty darn good. Okay, good. So if you become a taxi driver, Bushido Biker, that just don't assassinate anybody. Can you get the reference? You shave your head into a mohawk. So Bushido Biker said, I don't think Uber actually hires drivers here. They just dispatch to cab companies. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. As a taxi driver, who pays the gas? That's a good question. De Niro. Oh, De Niro pays the no. Okay. Bushido Biker will answer the gas question. That's a good one. Who pays the gas, right? De Niro. I'm not that young. Okay, cool. That was the reference, right? You talking to me? Okay. So Bushido Biker, who pays the tax when you're driving a taxi? I mean, gas. Who pays the gas when you're driving a taxi? So we'll wait for an answer on that. Okay. Okay, I got another news story since things have quieted down a bit. Very feel good. Independent drivers pay for gas. Okay, pay for their own gas. Okay, so if gas is going up, if gas is going up, yeah, that hurts, doesn't it? Okay. All right, got some good news for a change on Japan Korean relationships, which I thought was pretty cool. A total of 54.3% of South Korean respondents had a positive view of Japan, according to a survey conducted in July by South Korea's East Asia Institute. That's a nice number. All right. You can see here in 2020, it was up near over 70%. Oh, that's negative. It was down, well, around 10%, and now up 54.3%. That's a pretty good sign, isn't it? I don't know if it's the change in government or change in some kind of a policy, but it's good news. I'm happy to see it. I think, Japan and Korea, South Korea, North Korea, and China have a history. I mean, there's no denying that. And even though some people may try to, but there is a history, and there it was long. It was for a long time. You had to wonder, will Japan and Korea and China ever reconcile? And every time, even the slightest problem would be blown up, and people, would bring up the Second World War and use it that as a cudgel to beat Japan with. But finally, as you can see, there's an upward trend in Korea, and they're 54.3% have a positive view. Still 40% have a negative view, but that's down from over 70%, which I think is really good news. Let's see if they give any reasons. And of those who had a positive view of Japan, common responses were Japanese people value kindness, cleanliness, and order. The country has an interesting culinary culture, great shopping, and a good place to travel. Regarding the reason for the upward trend, the survey cited that more people have opportunities to interact with Japanese people through travel and other activities. Yeah, that's big. A lot of Korean people come and visit Japan. If you go down to Fukuoka during the tourist season and walk through the train station, it's hard to believe that you're in Japan. There's a lot of Korean, a lot of other languages being spoken there. Meanwhile, 35.3% of Japanese respondents had a positive view of South Korea. Even though this is an increase of 10.5 percentage points compared to the previous year, it's only 35.3%. That's not good enough, Japan. Get with it. 4.1% had a negative view, a decrease of 6.9 percentage points. How many had a negative view of Japan? Yeah, about the same. So it's the positive view that's the problem in Japan. The survey was conducted online, blah, 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 International House of Japan. Okay, what do you think about that? I thought that was good news. Korean people are feeling good about Japan. All right. Okay, back to the comments. You need to drive for 10 years to become independent. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? The guy I know has got a long track record, and I asked him, why don't you become an independent? And he said it's too troublesome. So he stays with his company. Okay. Oh, sorry, I meant to click that. And being independent here is a coveted position. Yeah, you would think it would be. Nice. Better relations with Korea. Yeah, better relations with anybody is always good. I wonder what a survey with China would show. I'd like to see a chart, you know. I travel to Busan 2 or 3 times per year. I love Busan so much. It's too bad there is a bad history, but bad history is par for the course on Earth. And yeah, people have long memories, unfortunately. Well, and could be for good reason too. And it could be long memories are necessary. But yeah, Busan. When I used to go to Busan quite often too, way back, long time ago, when I was living down in Fukuoka. But yeah, Busan's an interesting place. I moved here to Japan because of the order, 100%. Yeah, it is. You know, sometimes it's overwhelming. Sometimes it's a little bit. It's a little bit of a turn off, but in the general overall scheme of things, that's what I like too. To tell you the truth, it is very orderly. Sometimes to the point of being stifling, but it is orderly. And I'm not saying Japan in general. I'm not criticizing Japan in general, but some individuals carry the orderliness to extremes. But anyway, that's something we can discuss forever. I bet the increase in popularity in K-pop culture had something to do with the Koreans having a more positive result. Yeah, I could imagine too. And I could say K-pop is a whole lot better than J-pop. I don't know why. Because I'm not a J-pop fan. I see it, I look at it, naruhodo, and I'm a K-pop fan, and I understand that even less because I don't understand Korean. And I look at it, I see it, I watch it, and I go, wow. It's just captivating. And a lot of Japanese people prefer K-pop over J-pop as well. My friend in his 60s, and he said in 1 year when he becomes independent, he might start his own business geared towards tourism. Yeah, good. As long as, if tourism continues to be a thing, I imagine it will. Yeah. And Bushido biker, I mean, you could handle English as well as anybody. And that's where you could become you could probably clean up in the tourism trade. Okay, you can become famous. Right? Start a YouTube channel. Bushido biker. Bupyeong Jokbal Street. I can is my favorite place in the world to eat. I haven't been to Busan for a long time, so I don't know what it's like now. Back when I was going to Busan, they had armed soldiers on street corners, and you had to be off the street at by 11 o'clock. And yeah, it was a whole different world. I love K-pop and J-pop. There you go. An equal opportunity liker. My sister-in-law is the number one super fan of K-pop, though. Is that the oh no, I'm thinking of somebody else. Sister-in-law, yeah. I already started a channel. Okay. Instead of Bushido biker, you got to change it to Bushido driver, or yeah, Bushido taxi driver. Yeah. I will always travel to Busan. It's a tradition in my household now. I'll tell you what, Bushido biker, if you want to stick your your YouTube handle in the comments here, please go ahead. You're at Mark. Is it at? Oh, there you go. It's on your thing here. At Bushido biker. There's his channel. If you want to go check out what he's doing. Okay. I should go there. I should go there just to check it out. Yeah. I am primarily a biker above all else. All right. This is my YouTube. Yeah. I noticed it right after I told you should put it? How about something comical? You want to see something comical? A comical story. Did you guys read about that? You people, I shouldn't say you guys. Though in that seems to be standard YouTube parlance, doesn't it? You guys. Everything is you guys. Let me see. You guys. Hi, you guys. Welcome to my YouTube channel. Oh, that's what I'm trying to do. Did you hear about this? I just heard about this. I just heard about this recently. And I didn't hear it. It wasn't hit me as big news when it came out. And I wonder why not. But later I was flipping through things on my, what is that? Anthony, what are you doing? I was flipping through my thing on my phone, and this came up, and I said, how did I miss this? Did you hear about this? The Australian Prime Minister had Takaichi, I guess, visit. Was it Sydney? Did she go to Sydney? And she brought him some El Primo melons as a gift. And, these melons are really expensive, and Japanese people are very proud of their produce. So she brings him these big melons, premium melons, and gives it to this guy. And then he gets on a podcast. This is Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. I didn't even know he was the Prime Minister. And he's on a podcast, and he's talking about the melons that Prime Minister Tsunai Takaichi gave him. And this Prime Minister, he says, oh, Takaichi brought a couple of melons while gesturing with his hands. She brought a couple of melons. What a guy, huh? This guy's a representative. And then the podcast host that she came in looking like Pamela Anderson. And Albanese said, yeah, she brought two, and they were very beautiful. Now, the opposition lawmakers grabbed this right away, of course. And they said, this guy has to apologize for his foul-mouthed, classless comments about women. And the Prime Minister says, I reject the assertion in this question. Of course he will. And anyway, that's about it. That's the whole thing, just about. It's the old somebody says something they're not supposed to say, and everybody's out to string them up and out for their head. But I thought that was pretty hilarious. Number one, the joke was so, but the fact that it was by a prime minister of a nation was pretty unbelievable. Those Aussies, right? Those damned Aussies gone wild, right? Gaijin Guru might have something to say about this one. Bushido Bug says, thank you, though. Okay, yeah, all right. You people, you people. Yeah, I know you're kidding. You people. Yeah, actually, in the States, you can get in big trouble by saying you people. Jane Seymour said Japan was the best country she ever visited. She was a great Bond girl. Who is the best Bond girl? I don't know. The best Bond girl. Well, I used to like, what's her name in her heyday? Who's that woman who came walking out of the surf with like a diver's, Ursula Andress? Yeah, she was pretty hot in her day, I don't know if she's the best, but she was pretty good Bond girl. Little hard looking, but did you hear the story about how the James Bond production team came very close to being wiped out during a visit to Japan? Did you ever hear about that? Very, very wild story. If you haven't, I'll talk about it. But if you have, I won't. So I'll just move on until I hear your response. Mr. Chuckles is on the way. Thank you very much, Mr. Chuckles. I guess it's pretty late where you are. Thanks for sticking with us. And I'll see you next week, maybe. Okay. Thank you very much. And Bushido Biker says the best Bond for me was Pierce Brosnan. I agree. I happen to agree. He was the best, well, overall rounded Bond. He was serious. He was more serious than some of the clowns they had doing it, and he was more refined than a bit more refined than Sean Connery. Though Sean Connery also has a special place in my heart, being the original. But yeah, Pierce Brosnan, I agree, was the best. Gales Press, hey Gales Press, you hadn't heard about that. Yeah, and are you talking about the Bond thing or the Melons things? And Shred Edwards said, yeah, just a crude joke about melons as a euphemism for boobs. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And Japanese people are very proud of their produce. Big understatement of the century. Yeah. They are very proud. Gales Press, the melons. Japan melons are extremely expensive and high quality. People don't realize, so they need to be told by the gift giver to grasp the value. Yeah, they've got some of those Imari melons or something, Ibari melons that are hundreds of thousands. But I don't know, if I had 100,000 yen melon in my hand, I wouldn't want to eat it. Mottainai, right? Not to change the subject, but you will. But I read on NHK that Japanese companies are making money on an elderly retirement in China. What do you think about this? Well, I don't find that surprising at all. Why? Because my mother and father, before they passed away, were living in one of these, I don't know what you call them, maybe a retirement community. It wasn't an old folks' home per se, but it was kind of like, it was this mansion, Japanese meaning, mansion thing. It was quite large and extensive. And everybody had their own private little place to live. They also had a dining room, and they could eat. They were provided 3 meals a day, 2 meals a day, depending on how much. And they had people cleaning your place and stuff like that. And you had to be 55 or older to live there. And it was a pretty good deal. And they paid X amount of money, which when you thought of it in yen was really cheap. Because when I went to see them, it was during the bubble. So I went there to see them one time, and I was talking to them, and they told me that their place was owned by a Japanese company. I think it was Mitsui owned the place. It has since been sold to a different owner, but it seemed like Japan was into the old folks business in the United States as well. I don't know if they were practicing for future reference or what, but yeah, they were. I didn't know they were doing it in China. Retirement. Okay. I make some notes here to check things out to see if it's worth a video. But cool, right? Gales Press, breast reference. Did you mean that? Is this a joke? If it's not, it is. No, it's a good. Bravo. That's the breast reference I ever heard. Okay. So Gales Press says, boobies equal melons. Yep. It's true, but I don't think that Prime Minister of Australia should be running around, saying things like that. Rather, Melanie's equals boobies. Funny, but very disrespectful. Yeah, agreed. Thunderball, good movie. Thunderball. Okay. Dude, Bushido Biker opines, all Bond girls are beautiful, which is why I answered Brosnan. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. They do. They did their They did their best to come up with some good Bond girls, didn't they? Bushido, I refuse to compare women. They're all beautiful. Way to go. Yeah. Yeah, when you're 39. That's a joke. All right. Melons equal boobies and jokes. Funny, but disrespectful to the value of the melon gift. Hundreds of dollars sometimes. Yeah. So, Mission Silo, I'm back. Okay. Japan Gambler Diaries. Please share. I know that a lot of Chinese was portraying Japanese, which caused an uproar. No, it wasn't that. Okay. All right. I'm gonna talk about that. Let me see how many comments. I'm gonna go through the rest of the comments, and I'll tell you about the story about how the entire James Bond creative team almost got wiped out. James Bond today would be about either figuring out how to go rogue, how to live in the UK, or how to start a coup. Yeah, yeah. I heard that there's talks about making James Bond into a female, if I'm not mistaken, a black female. 3,000 yen mangoes. Looks so beautiful. I had to try it. Absolutely delicious. Like my old friend used to say, you may not get what you pay for, but you will never get what you don't pay for. Yeah. I've had that experience. You know, you get something as a gift or you splurge a bit and you say, I shouldn't do this. It can't be that good. And then you eat it and then you say, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. Leave, not live. Everybody know what you meant. Everything is kanemoke. Yeah, it is, ain't it? Everything is a way to make money. You only live twice. It was in Japan. Yeah. And did you know that the what is it? Spectre was the headquarters? The Spectre headquarters was the Hotel New Otani in downtown Tokyo. Okay. I'd be surprised if Takaichi is seriously offended. Yeah. Yeah. I would too. I would too. Japanese have, I think, Japanese are much easier going about borderline jokes than Americans are. I always thought Bill Pullman would be a good Bond. I don't know who Bill Pullman is. Okay, let me tell you the Bond story about they were in Japan to scout different locations for You Only Live Twice. And they had flown in from England or whatever and had spent a few days here. And they were scheduled to go out. They were scheduled to go out on a BOAC flight out of Haneda going to Hong Kong. And I think I can't remember the guy. He's still around. He's got a very strange last name. Like the strawberry seems to just a minute, please. Let me look it up. This is take a minute. Sorry about that, but the prompt is a little bit long. I made a lot of typing errors because, yeah, okay. So what had happened was Haneda had an airplane crash. A Canadian airliner taking off had hit a seawall or something like that. I'm going from memory, so bear with me. So, oh yeah, the guy's name is Albert Broccoli. I kept thinking Strawberry. Daryl Strawberry. No, his name was Broccoli. He's still around, and he's still doing Bond stuff. But anyway, So there was another airplane that was supposed to arrive in Haneda the day before, but it was diverted down to Fukuoka because of weather, and then came back to Haneda the next morning and was being refueled. And the James Bond crew was supposed to go out on that airplane to go to um, Hong Kong. And this Broccoli guy and a guy named Salzman, Gilbert, Adam, Young, they were all scheduled to be on that airplane. Now, what had happened was these guys had a chance to see an Aikido or karate or some kind of martial arts exhibit on the day they were supposed to leave. So they changed their mind, canceled their tickets, and decided to go to this um, exhibit instead. Now, this BOAC airplane took off, and it was since it was really bad weather the day before. I think there was a typhoon passing through the area or something, if I'm not mistaken. And as you know, often in typhoons, once it passes, you get very clear blue skies. And so this was such a day in Tokyo. And the air was clear and crisp and beautiful. So this aircraft takes off, and it's like I said, it's a BOAC, and the pilot right away, and excuse me, while they were taxiing to go to their takeoff, they had to go past the airplane that had crashed a couple of days previously, and you can imagine the people in there what they're thinking. They said, "Oh, look at the airplane crash! You know, all those people died. You know, probably we're safe because the odds are." So this airplane takes off without the James Bond crew, and this um, pilot radios in. He says, "It's such a clear day. I want to get clearance for a relatively low altitude, not very low, but drop the altitude a little bit when I pass over Mount Fuji." And he was given permission. He wanted to thrill his passengers with such a clear, beautiful view of Japan's Mount Fuji. So he got permission and he came down. And what they didn't take into effect was, I think it's called low altitude air turbulence. And it was so bad around Mount Fuji. And I know for a fact that it is because I used to fly. I'll tell you about that one later. The turbulence around Mount Fuji is really bad. The airplane literally broke up into pieces because of air turbulence, and pieces were. And there are videos of it. I mean, movies of it falling down from the sky, and everybody aboard, of course, was killed. But the people who make James Bond were spared, and they went on to make more James Bond films. And there was another aircraft crash in Japan. I think it was a military aircraft, not long before or after that. And the trust in the air industry got so bad back then that air travel plummeted after that year. And it took years and years for it to recover. Yeah. Air turbulence actually broke the plane apart. I used to fly back from Shikoku on a YS-11 turboprop. And every time we'd be going over Fuji, it would be like this kind of stuff. So it does happen. So I thought that's an interesting story. You might be. I've been thinking about making a video about it, but so okay. Google Bill Pullman. You know who he is. Just a minute. Bill Pullman. Is he a Brit? Oh, sure. Everybody knows him. Yeah, he's all over the place. Yeah. One of my favorites from the James Bond series was no, I can't remember his name. Robert Shaw. Robert Shaw was that, you know, Russian blonde-looking Superman who got into fights with James Bond, and he was also Quint in the movie Jaws. But he was such a good actor. Such a man. I could watch him any day of the week. Okay. Yeah, Bill Pullman. I know him. Thank you. The Bond car, and You Only Live Twice, was a very rare Toyota 2000 GT. Only 351 production cars were produced. We have a red one on display at Servco Toyota in Honolulu. Okay, didn't know that. Didn't know that. I wonder where the Bond car is right now, that 2000 GT. Probably worth a fortune. Yeah, Mr. Broccoli. That was his name. Isn't that a weird name? So, Gales Press. Mr. Turnip. Mr. Turnip. There is the, okay, all right. And Bond movies are something modern people don't know how to make. Do you know, I mentioned this before, so maybe some of you old timers know it. I was a member of the Army Security Agency, and for 4 years. And the Army Security Agency was the Army branch of the National Security Agency. So it was communications intelligence. And at the time, when I was 18, I decided not to go to college because I thought I'd probably flunk out anywhere because I was too rambunctious. I ended up going to college, but not then. So I went to join the Army, and in those days, there was a draft, 2 years, enlistment, 3 years, Army Security Agency, 4 years, because they send you to school for a year. And so I found out that I qualified for Army Security Agency. And the thing that made me pull the trigger and join the Army Security Agency and commit to 4 years was James Bond, because I was really, really taken up with that vibe, right? Though what I did had nothing to do with James Bond, you know. Okay, penguin blue waving tear. There you go. All right. That sounds like a. You tried to sign the. Okay, Shred Edward. It's because people are too sensitive for male-female interaction now. In a sense, I say this is in the most respectful way possible. Yeah. I think you're right. Shredder says, yeah, the whole Bond persona wouldn't be possible if he was gay. Who knows what they're going to do with it in the future, though. You never know. Yeah. Bushy the White. I went to a private flight school in Norman Rogers in Kingston, Ontario. Any pilot should know how to avoid disasters like this. It's taught very early. Yeah, I think in those days, I don't even think they had nonstop international flights yet, and they had to. They were still learning, so to speak. But yeah, they got whipped up. If you have, if you want to, check it out online. And there are pictures. Some guy on the ground took pictures of pieces of the plane falling out of the sky. Okay. Air turbulence. Yep. Amazing luck. Yeah. Double wow. Harrison Ford famously told his broccoli joke on Late Show with David Letterman. I don't know that joke. I know a lot of jokes, but I don't know that one. Interesting story. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah. Harrison Ford also landed on the taxiway. Oh yeah, there's that. I heard about that story. Broccoli joke? Shred Edward, you and I are on the same channel, man. Fuji has weird cloud formation sometimes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. A guy working in the produce department of a grocery store, a lady walks up and says, "Excuse me, where's the broccoli? I can't seem to find it." Following this, the worker explains that they are out. They're out. When asked to spell fuck there is no fucking okay. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's like, it reminds me, similar kind of joke that I read. What starts I can't remember what the setup is. Let me think for a while. So, thank you for that story. This is why I share. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. I'm not sure that joke would work these days. All right. Yells are cool, right? Ed Senpai, Pack N1 NW. Oh, congrats on the anniversary. Go Navy. God bless, brother. Yeah, thank you, Patrick. I really appreciate your support in everything that we do around here. And I know it's really late over here, so good night. All right, take it easy. All right, have a great day. Thank you, Gales. Yeah, for Patrick there. Have a great day, Patrick. Yeah. So maybe Ed can explain it since I don't get it. What, the broccoli joke? You had to see the two pieces here, you know. The guy in the food store says, I'm going to say, I can't. You can't use the word online though. So it's a there's so the guy says, explain the F. F is the F word. Explain the F in broccoli, and the woman said, "There's no F in broccoli. You know, there's no F in broccoli. There's no F in broccoli." Okay, that's what it's all about. So. Cannot explain on a PG. Yes, that's the problem. I'm still trying to remember the joke that I forgot. Okay. Okay, here you go. What's orange and sounds like a parrot? What's orange and sounds like a parrot? Anybody know? I'll wait for a while to see what we are doing. Beep, 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 boom. Oh, and it's a PG joke, so I'm not afraid of this one. It's not dirty. No. Oh, Carlos, you heard it. Carlos got it. So Willie says DNK. Bushy Obama, Donald Trump repeating what his virus sound. Okay. Carlos Guzman, a carrot. What's orange and sounds like a parrot? A carrot. Way to go, Carlos. Way to go, Carlos. All right. What else you got here? I got a couple of more news stories. Keep the thing going. Only about two more. What do you think about this one? This is another good one. I gotta get it up to size here though. See, I've mentioned this before. I've got two screens, and I gotta keep always moving my cursor between the two screens before I do things, and I can't keep the buttons straight. Okay, this should do it. Here we go. I mentioned this in my thing about Sakaichi's popularity, that she may be getting ready to reshuffle her cabinet, and they're saying it out loud now. Japan's PM will have a cabinet and LDP executive reshuffle in mid to late September. Okay. All right. First of all, I'm going to go through some carrot stuff here. Reminds me of a remark I made on another channel where they were talking about shakuhachi, and I explained that it also means a musical instrument. Shakuhachi. That's one of those, right? Carlos says, I love dad jokes. Okay. All right. Oyaji gag. Oyaji gag in Japanese. Dad jokes. Bushido by damn, I thought everyone would just pass out laughing to death. My take on the carrot joke. All right. The reshuffle thing is weird. Who cares? Oh, yeah. It's just that she's doing it. She's doing it. Prime ministers reshuffle when they feel the heat. It's not so much the reshuffle. The reshuffle will mean nothing. Yes, you're correct in that regard. But the fact that she's doing the reshuffling means the Rockford Files is being remade. It won't be the same without James Garner. He was in Tokyo with Brando filming Sayonara, and they had some great times filming. Yeah, James Garner, quite a guy, he had a weird first name, weird real name. James Garner did. But yeah, I used to like James Garner. I started watching him in the Maverick, the original Maverick series that used to be on TV back when I was a kid. The big thing, TV shows for kids were cartoons and cowboy shows. Shred Edward probably saw the same ones that I did, and Maverick was one of them. Have Gun Will Travel, Johnny Yuma, the Rebel, the Cisco Kid, Gene Autry. Yeah, all those were big when we were back in the day when TV was TV. Okay. Willie liked our joke. Ha ha. Willie, you sound like a what do you call that? What? Oh, here I am. I must be getting tired. Oh, what's that Kenny who ha ha? He always laughs like that. That's not Kenny. That's not Kenny. That's the other guy. Okay. All right. Yeah, like Shred Edwards says, who cares? That's true. But it only cares in the fact that she's feeling the heat. It says she's going to do this. She's going to do that. This is the one, this is how politics, here you go. Here's a good one. There's one part that made me, all right. So she's talking about, they don't mention his name. There's some guy named Suzuki. Oh, yeah. So look at this. This is Japanese style politics. Suzuki, who is the brother-in-law of LDP Vice President Taro Aso, was appointed Secretary General based on the wishes of Aso, who backed Takaichi in the presidential race. So this nepotism is really ingrained in Japan. There's a lot of it going on. Okay, but that's the whole point I wanted to make about this one, was not so much that what's going to happen after the reshuffle, which is probably nothing, but the fact that she may be feeling the heat from the bad press that she's been getting. Okay, Bushido Bay. Anyway, I need to go start preparing my Sunday feed. Yeah, we're getting close to 4 hours here. I said, I'm going to keep going as long as I can. But yesterday I had to do a music gig, and I just couldn't make it. Having a hard time making it today. Bushido Baga, and thank you very much for your generosity. I really, really do appreciate it. And we'll be seeing you around in the comments, I am sure. And love the Rockford Files, but like all 70s shows, it doesn't translate to today. Did you like the cowboy shows too that I was talking about? Those were big, Okay. Bushido Biker, see you next stream. Yeah, it'll be next Saturday, same time, and we'll just continue to rock. And I got to get a stream going for the other channels. So yoroshiku onegai shimasu and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So love the Rockford Files, but like all the 70s, it doesn't translate well today. Okay. Good enough. All right. Well, maybe, we seem to be losing. Okay. Let's go through. Sure. Let's go through. All right. We'll say thank you. Tune in next stream. Okay. Cool. TTL. Bushelbecker. Have a great one. Gail's Prayers. All right. Shred Edwards says the nepotism just means there are different classes in Japan. Yes. And the politicians seem to think that exchanging their son in law for their brother in law is an actual change. I'm more surprised. Politicians are politicians, right? They're all low life people. But what surprises me in Japan mostly is that the voters, when they have a chance, vote the offspring or brother-in-law or daughter or wife or son of the politician into power time after time after time after time. And it really, really surprises me. Really, really surprises me. Okay. I don't know why Japanese people go for that, but I don't know. Do they do that in the States? I don't think they do that as much, right? Love those old cowboy shows. Yeah, I used to love those, right? Yeah, Lone Ranger rides again, Remember the Cisco Kid? Oh, Pancho. Oh, Cisco. You probably get thrown in jail for saying stuff like that these days. Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm kind of I've just about done everything I need to do as far as news stories are concerned. Okay. Mommy says, Riken desu yo. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's why when I started talking about nepotism, I started thinking, I better be careful. I better be careful because I'm sure that it's not. And the bushes, okay? The bushes, look at the bushes, just think, if they hadn't, bushes could still have been around. Okay. All right. Bonanza, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Have Gun Will Travel was actually also very, very good. Used to love that. Show. Okay. The bushes, yeah. Okay. Shred Edward, later, Ed, I'm off to bed because that's where okay, Shred Edward, you're always welcome. Just keep that in mind, okay? And always happy to see you and have your participation. So have a good night. Sweet dreams. Okay. And I just saw my mate. Mata, yeah. Yeah, those are easy to screw up, aren't they? Mate and mata. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So, yeah, like I said, I've got one more story left. If you want, we'll go through it, and then let me make that the last one. It's more of just a kind of story. Sunday is crazy. I got more horses on TV, listening to FEN radio, watching baseball and NHK. You sound like one of those old time gamblers. You're watching 18 different feeds at the same time. Oh, by the way, did your horse win the last week? You were talking about you had some money on a horse. I was wondering if it ever won. Okay, let me throw another story up there just for fun. Dun, dun, dun. Now, there were 2 drug stories about people trying to smuggle drugs into Japan. One, this American guy, he had stimulants. He had stimulants stuck into his suitcase. I mean, how stupid can you get? If you're going to smuggle, be smart about it, right? He just took a bunch of, and it was a lot of stimulants stuffed into his suitcase. I'll see if I can find it later. But and just tried to get through customs, and they grabbed him. But this is about an Argentinian woman was arrested for trying to smuggle 1 kilogram of cocaine inside her body. Police in Tokyo arrested 30-year-old Argentinian women, and Rosa Micaeta Kipildor arrived at Tokyo's Haneda Airport from Heathrow, and she passed through the inspection area, and customs officers became suspicious and made her do an X-ray. Those Japanese are so much smarter than Americans and those people who put out those videos. They don't tell what was this, why she was suspicious. They play their cards closer to their vest. Back when I was in the Army Security Agency, we used to tell them, it's not what you're getting. It's not the information you're getting. It's where it came from that classification protects. So we were always taught from the very beginning to protect our sources. And I think that's good. And so, they looked at it. Oh, and one other thing, I once knew a guy. He was retired, but he used to work for the Yokohama inspection, with a customs office, and he used to, man the place where they watch the people. And I said to him, you've got all these people coming through. Some they check, some they don't check. There's some, how do you decide? And he said, he said in Japanese, "Mittara wakaru," which means if you look at them, you know the smugglers, which I thought was pretty amazing. But anyway, they sent her through X-ray, and they found 101 cocoon-shaped cocaine pellets, street value of 24.24 million yen. So she admitted it. She said, a woman I met at a festival in Argentina proposed a money-making scheme involving smuggling and introduced me to a man. I came to Japan, and she was supposed to receive $7,000. That's not very much. $7,000? Times must be tough in Argentina. Okay. So last year, Metropolitan Police Department apprehended a record high 415 individuals for cocaine offenses. Give me a second, and I'll see if I can find the other one. Okay, here's the most recent one. An American man was indicted for attempting to smuggle 21 kilograms of stimulants into Japan. So, that's why I remember this one. This guy's name, I love this guy's name, Juan Giovanni Duck. Wouldn't you like to be Mr. Duck? Juan Giovanni Duck. Better to be named Donald, don't you? Juan Giovanni, who claims to be self-employed. He had 21 kilograms of meth with an estimated street value of 1.1 billion yen. Police said the stimulants were wrapped in green plastic sheeting and found in Duck's suitcase and backpack after he arrived on a flight from Hawaii. So he had $1.1 billion, 21 kilograms of stimulants in his suitcase and his backpack, and figured, that's a good way to get through customs. And man, maybe he was trying to become the new Scrooge McDuck here, So a customs officer became suspicious of Duck's behavior after he became agitated. Police believe Duck conspired with others to smuggle the stimulants into Japan and are questioning him about possible accomplices. Police have not said whether Duck had admitted or denied the charges. What do you think there? The smuggling duck. What do you think there? What do you think about the antics of your cousin, Chicken? I agree. He sounds like a pretty dumb duck, Okay, let's go. Let's go to the comments. Christina Miranda, thank you for the stream. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. It's almost 3 p.m. here, and I need to get to you. Okay, Miranda, Christina, I really appreciate your attendance, and I hope to meet you one of these days. And I'm thinking about it and kind of planning for it, but not anything firm yet. But I'll be really looking forward to it. Like I said, I hope you're feeling better. Okay, Japan Gambler Diary. It didn't. Okay, it didn't. His horse didn't make him any money. Willie says, good way to get PR, I guess. Yeah. Japanese have a lot of false positives or suspicions they check on, but better careful than careless. Oh, you're talking about drug false positives? Yeah. Oh, Willie is saying smuggling is a good way to get permanent residence. Yeah, as a permanent residence of Sing Sing there, Gail says, what a dummy. My sentiments exactly. What a yeah. Tough all over, but yeah. I can't imagine. I can't imagine being somewhere and having somebody say, hey, I got this plan. You swallow 50 pellets of cocaine and I'll pay you. I don't know about that. Talking about jail, I hear older people are committing crimes to get off the streets. Yeah, I read a story that's saying that older people are committing crimes at a higher rate than younger people, which may be because of, I don't know, because there are more of them, but even the rate and the kind of crimes that they commit. And some committing to get off the streets, maybe. Some committing crimes because of economic hard times. Yeah, there's always that. But yeah, there have been stories like that. 1 billion yen. Ichi oku en? No. One more decimal point. Icho yen. Okay. So oku is 100 million, and a billion is a 1,000 oku. If my mathematical brain is operating correctly. Okay. Yes, true on older people. Hard to get work, and their energy level is not often the best. Need to be aggressive and persistent when job search is so challenging for 80-year-olds. Getting benefits is tough. Yeah, and you'd think that, I don't know. I know a lot of people in their 80s who are really genki, mentally sharp, physically strong, hardworking people. And you'd think that people would take advantage of this, wouldn't you? Why not put these people to work doing something, I don't know what the thinking is. I think that it's the general, people come into a general point of view. Oh, 80, that person's too old. Their eyes are no good, their ears are no, but it's not necessarily true. But okay. Gail's Press, do we have to pay the same for the jail time, room boards? I don't know. I've never had the pleasure, so I don't know how that's done in Japan. Yeah. Crime is usually to get food. And that you got to feel sorry for people like that. I've seen, as I said before, I like to watch police badge cam videos, and I've seen good cops in the U.S. catch a shoplifter. And I don't mean shoplifter, big ticket items. I mean a food shoplifter, and the person looks like they're really down and out and having a hard time. And they can't afford to even buy a sandwich or something. And I've seen the cop pay for it. There are good cops too, so I really respect people like that. Yeah, let the old people work. Yeah, why not? Why not? Why the hell not? I have never, as you could probably guess by the, doing 2 podcasts, translation work, teaching at a university, and playing in a band, that I don't believe that after a certain age, it's time to just kick back and vegetate. So I'm under the belief that as long as, it's like a bicycle. If you stop, you're going to fall over. So let's see how that works out. But that's the way I'm thinking now. Okay. Considering options. Okay. Mommy's back in here. The Nenkin Hansei Katsu Hogo. Hambun Seikatsu Hogo. Yeah, Nenkin. Yeah, I've never. Yeah. Nenkin in the beginning was originally designed as being a safety net for people who didn't have enough money to live after they passed a certain age. And then it came in to became an entitlement. And so that's what the problem is, that everybody, no matter how much money they have, think that they're entitled to start. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yes, there was a YouTube video about that in Japan, about old people working. I sometimes lose track. Old people working. Okay. Ha ha ha. Cry, cry, cry. Grails press. Okay. Carlos Guzman. Gotta go, Mr. Max. Oh, Mr. Max down in Fukuoka. Do some weekend shopping. Hope to see you next week. Carlos, thanks a lot. Next time I'm down in Fukuoka, I'll give you a call. Okay, thanks so much. All right, Gales Press. Really, society should make sure of basic care for vulnerable people, and giving and having something to do makes people happier and healthier. Absolutely, positively. You're right exactly where I'm at, My great aunt worked full time until 92. A round of applause. Part time until 94. Passed a year or two after stopping work. Isn't that wonderful? When I started working at my university, even back then, I had a younger person saying to me, "Why don't you retire? You should be on a boat out on a lake catching fish or something." And I just looked at this guy and I said, I have no desire to become a ward of the state, That sitting on a lake, fishing and catching fish, it might be fun for a day or two on vacation, but every day for the rest of your life? No way, Jose. Grandfather, also similar, switched jobs when he got older, but full until 88 at his own business, then in the park system. Good for you, Gramps. That's the way it should be. All right. Willie says, awesome. Thank you. Okay. All right. Hey, we just passed the 4-hour mark. We're kind of down in members. I think it's becoming the middle of the night over in North America, and people peeling off because it's Sunday afternoon. They got to get things done before Monday rolls around in about 12 hours. So I think I'm going to drop it. I'm going to sign off here. And I encourage everybody, please become a subscriber and a viewer and a commenter in my new global news channel, which is Offshore Pundit. And I hope you can, it's just going to be the same thing, same kind of vibe as this, but we're going to be talking about things that have nothing to do with Japan. And maybe I can learn more from you guys about what's going on in other countries and in the US. And I look forward to doing it. So, Gales Press says, hear you about getting bored. Yeah, man. Even when I've got
a holiday. I get stir crazy after a while. Cabin fever. All right. Okay, Gales Press, thank you. Thank you for being a good participant and contributor. And I'll see you guys. I got a video coming up pretty soon about dying in Tokyo and how expensive it is. So we'll be talking to you about that. And thanks for coming. Thank you for all the wishes, the birthday wishes. And I'll see all of you guys in the